Good evening. I call to order this regular meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees Tuesday, March 17th, 2026 to order. The time is 5:02 and a quorum of the board members are present, and this meeting has been duly posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. At this time, Trustee Dawson will lead us in the invocation. And tonight, we have the distinct pleasure of being led in our pledges by the Scout Troop 589, mostly from the Grand Oaks Feeder Zone.
Please stand with me for prayer. Our Father in heaven, we just come before you tonight grateful, Lord. Grateful for what you're doing in this district, for the break that you gave us, Lord. We're thankful for Dr. Vincent and his leadership, the cabinet, the central office, all of our teachers and staff, Lord, we're so thankful for them. We know that they're working tirelessly for this district. And Lord, we thank you for our students. God, you know each of their names. You know the number of hairs on their head. I just pray that they would know deeply how loved and treasured they are. God, I just pray that you would do a deep work in their heart, Lord, and help them to be everything that they can be. Lord, be with us tonight as we make decisions for this district. Just pray that you would be glorified in everything that we say and do. Amen.
Color guard attention, audience attention. Color guard advance. Color guard halt. Color guard prepare to post the colors. Post the colors. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in the pledge to the Texas flag. On its flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. 2. Color guard reform. Color guard return to post. Color guard halt.
Thank you, gentlemen. Those are troop members from 7th, 5th through high school, all the way through senior year. So thank you very much. And yes, I was getting a little coaching in the back of the room on that. Okay, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and remind everyone that, I'll probably say this again later, but tonight we're here. Our next 2 board meetings will be back at our administration office while the building here is being used for several end-of-year student events, and then after those 2 months we'll return. But we'll keep reminding you, and it's always posted on our website as well. Before we move into closed session this evening, I'd like to briefly discuss several adjustments to the board's schedule here that we're implementing in an effort to streamline our meetings and make the best use of our staff's time as well as the trustees' time. Conroe ISD is an extremely large district with a budget that's approximately $760 million. Along with the day-to-day work that must be under the responsibilities of operating this district, there are several federal and state requirements placed upon us as well. The board only meets once a month to handle this work, and it's important that we use that time efficiently. To help accomplish this, the board will be implementing several changes. First of all, we're moving closed session as we have tonight to 5 o'clock so that we can conduct the business before an actual 6 o'clock start time on the rest of the board business. Any legal actions, land deals, purchases, anything that needs to be done employee-wise in closed session. We will do that between 5 and 6. That being said, the second goal in that is to not leave our participants that are here, that are from our community, that are sitting in the audience waiting for us to finish while we come back to conduct the rest of our business after legal transactions. This will help get it out of the way, and then we can conduct the business straight through. Secondly, we will be modifying how we conduct special recognitions. Students and families will be recognized prior to the public meeting in a small reception where certificates will be presented, and during the public meeting, we will still acknowledge the achievements and recognize the honorees, particularly our individual seniors. But by doing it and handing out those awards in advance, that will help us streamline and save some time, even though we will take the time to recognize them while they're here. Thirdly, we'll be adjusting how we handle principal and executive leadership appointments that will help us streamline. The voters elected board members who would be engaged, focused, and protecting their interests. Part of the responsibility is ensuring that our meetings are structured in a way that allows us to complete the work the district and community expects of us. Thank you for your support as we continue working to improve this governance process. The time is now 5:08, and the board will move into closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Sections 551.076, 551.071, and 551.074 to discuss the items listed on our agenda. All final votes and actions or decisions will be taken in open session. The board is now back in open session, and the time is 6:31. At this time, we will take action on our closed session item. Do I have a motion?
I move that the board uphold the level 1 and 2 grievance decision and authorize the board president to issue a written determination.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. The motion carries 7-0. Moving on to our next item. I also should just restate for everyone that thank you for your patience while we were a little late coming back in. We are trying to streamline things, and we moved closed session to before the 6 o'clock start time of the meeting as far as the business and the celebration and everything, in order to not leave people sitting and waiting for sometimes an hour or more later in the evening. So we were trying to do that this evening, and it's hard to time how long special items will take in closed session, so I appreciate your patience. We're going to move on to special recognition at this time. 2026 USA Co-Ed Cheerleading National Champions.
President Odenweller, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Vinson, I'm honored to be here tonight to have the opportunity to present some incredible athletes and teams. We have an exciting night ahead of us, and I'm excited to share with you the samples of great things our kids do on a daily basis. Caney Creek High School cheer has been a bright light in our district for many years. They continue to amaze fans in the area, across the state, and now the nation with their excellence. Their cheer team traveled to Anaheim, California to compete in the USA Spirit National Championships in the co-ed division. After an amazing preliminary round and silver medal in the best overall fight song, they took that encouragement into day 2 of the competition and posted an amazing 98.6 total score where they were named national champions. As you know, cheer parents play a huge role in the development of these fine athletes. Well, the parents of the Caney Creek cheer team please stand and be recognized. Also, I would like to recognize that the principal is here, Dr. Jeff Stickler, as well. And then the commitment of our cheer coaches are instrumental in the success of the team. And their coaches are the head coach, Jalen Jackson, assistants, Chitty Nazai. Sorry, I practiced this the whole time and now I'm going to mix it up. Nawazi. Kathy Perla and Peggy Lyons. At this time, I present to you the national champion Caney Creek Co-Ed Cheer Team.
So on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'm excited to be standing here before you this evening to recognize this team. I've had the privilege of watching this team and the teams before them. Oh, I'll get a little emotional. Not just as athletes, but as young people growing and supporting one another. I've seen their work ethic, their character, and their commitment to each other and to those around them. There is truly something special about this group. This program has continued to make history in Conroe ISD, and now, as you just heard, and now bringing home this first co-ed national championship, they're making history in the state of Texas and in Conroe ISD as well. It's a testament to their dedication. I've had the opportunity to meet many of the parents and to get to know their coach. Success like this doesn't happen by accident. It begins in the home. And it is strengthened and refined by a coach and coaches who understand that the lessons learned along the way are even more than the medals they have earned. But let's be honest, the medal is pretty great too. It represents the countless hours of practice, the discipline and the sacrifices of free time and other activities that it takes to reach this level. It's my honor on behalf of the Board of Trustees to recognize this outstanding Caney Creek Co-Ed cheer team, Coach Jackson and the other coaches and their families. Congratulations on a national championship well done.
At this time, if College Park Cheer will please come forward. As they're working their way up, I want to go ahead and recognize that their principal, Robert McFarland, is in the audience as well. Thank you, Rob, for being here. College Park High School has established many fine traditions and programs over the years, and the cheer program is another great example of the school's accomplishments. Under the direction of Abby Constantino, Maggie Metter, and Chandler Howard, the team has taken another step forward in their quest for excellence. The College Park cheer team traveled to Orlando, Florida to take part in the UCA Division I National High School Championships in the game day category. After the amazing performance on day one of the competition, they received an automatic placement in finals. On day 3, they continued their success and finished the competition as national champions in the Super Large Division 1 game day competition. To accomplish this task, it takes incredible parents. College Park parents, please stand and be recognized at this time. At this time, it is my honor to present to you the national champion College Park cheer team.
If y'all could do me one favor and take a giant step backwards so I can see you, because I want you all to know that this recognition of the College Park cheer team is honestly something I saw coming. I did. I watched you at the football games. I watched you bond. I watched you become a real team, not just girls on a sideline. And I just want you to know that I had the chance to watch you at the exhibition in December. And when you all performed, I said, they've got it. They've got this, and they are moving on. I knew. I told Coach Jackson at the end, I said, they were among the best I've seen. And so then when I saw you at state, I know you didn't see me, but I know you heard me yelling with you. When I saw you perform at state, I knew they're gonna take it home. They're gonna take it home. And then when I heard you were going to the Nationals in Orlando and you had done so well and performed, I didn't find out until afterwards when you were returning, so I didn't get to cheer you on when you came back because I was so prepared for what you were going to bring home to your school and this district. I was so proud of the work that you've done. You took that same energy and you have poured it into every competition. The competition, the times that I've seen you perform, you have poured it into every single event you've been a part of. And I just want to say on behalf of the Board of Trustees, congratulations to College Park cheer team. Thank you for representing each other, your school, and Conroe ISD with excellence. An outstanding job on your national championship, and now you are part of making history. You are making history as bringing home a coast-to-coast national championship. I told Coach Jackson, I said, you realize that's coast to coast, and we were just so excited for your victory and for theirs. So thank you for being a part of continued history and legacy in this district.
While they're setting up and taking pictures, just so you know, the College Park cheer and the Caney Creek cheer squads have been very close over the years, and thanks to Janelle Jackson and her team and working with College Park and College Park supporting and working with Caney Creek, I want to thank both squads for their support of each other, which shows that it's just not school versus school. It's our district supporting each other, and it's just a great testament to the kids that we have. At this time, we would like to recognize the 2026 UIL Girls Wrestling State Champion from the Woodlands High School. If y'all would come forward, please. Coach Darning and your athletes. The Woodlands celebrated a very successful year and capped it off with a nice finish at the state meet at the Berry Center in Cy-Fair. The Woodlands was led by one individual all year with her dominance on the mat. With the exception of the district meet, she won all of her matches by a pin or a technical fall. Claire Guyden, 155-pound junior, is a state champion. She is coached by William. She is coached by William Durning, and will Claire's parents please stand and be recognized? Also with us this evening, we have the Woodlands High School principal, Mr. Dennis Meisler, that has joined us as well. At this time, please help me congratulate Claire Guyden on her state championship.
You can just stay on that side.
On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I just want to offer Claire a huge congratulations. This is a huge accomplishment, and we are so proud of you as a board. I'm Claire's neighbor, and I've heard all about your accomplishments for the last few years, so I know how dedicated your family is as well, and I think that it's so important that we have a dedicated family, and I'm so impressed with your dedication as well. So congratulations, and we wish you the best.
At this time, we'd like to recognize the 2026 UIL Boys and Girls Wrestling State Champions from College Park High School. If you would please come forward, and Coach Spute and your coaches. College Park Wrestling program had a great year. They were district champions for the 8th year in a row, dual state champions for the 2nd year in a row, and finished second as a team at the UIL state tournament. The team is coached by Eric Spute, Lindsey Spute, Kenneth Mark, and Brad Ewing. The accomplishments were led by the following state champions. First, Mason Millsaps, 132-pound state champion, is a freshman. He comprised a 40-4 season record. He is a two-time U.S. Open national champion and a Pan American champion for Team USA. Let's give Mason a round of applause. Landry Von Gotten, 135-pound state champion, is a junior. She had a 42-1 season record, and this is her 3rd state championship. She is a multi-time folk style and freestyle national champion. Landry will represent Team USA at the Pan American Games in April. Let's give Landry a round of applause. Next, we have Logan Millsaps, 144-pound champion, is a senior. He accomplished a 38-3 season record. He is a 2-time state champion, and he is one of the team captains. Academically, he holds a 4.3 GPA and will wrestle for Arkansas Little Rock in the fall. Let's give a round of applause for Logan. Also, once again, we have Mr. McFarlane that's here to join us, but we would have all the parents of these fine wrestlers stand and be recognized, please. It is a pleasure to present to you the College Park High School Wrestling State Champions, Mason Millsaps, Landry Von Gotten, and Logan Millsaps.
On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'd like to offer a huge congratulations to our wrestling state champions. It's a tremendous achievement, and we're very proud of you. Rising to the top in an environment this challenging shows extraordinary determination, grit, and skill. This is an accomplishment you should truly be proud of. Thank you to all the parents and families who supported these athletes along the way. Success at this level requires commitment and sacrifice, not just from athletes, but from the entire family. Congratulations again to our champions. Your hard work is paid off, and you've made your schools and community proud.
At this time, we would like to recognize the 2026 UIL Freestyle Swimming State Champion from Oak Ridge High School. If you would please come forward. Oak Ridge Swimming continues its path to excellence, and tonight we recognize an individual that has established school records and is now a state champion, Micah Tennyson. Michael's dedication, discipline, and commitment has led him to own school records for the 100, 200, and 500 freestyle events. Now, as a junior, Micah won both the 100 and 200 freestyle events at the state swimming meet. His parents have always played a key role in his success, and if you know anything about swimming, that means early mornings to the pool. Will the Tennysons please stand and be recognized at this time? We would also like to recognize their principal, Mrs. Nina Norman. And I know there's many things go. There she is. I will tell you, nobody was more excited at the state meet than Mrs. Norman as my phone started blowing up after the 100 and 200. The head coach for the Oak Ridge swim team is Christine Rojas, and the assistant is Jeff Spoon. It is my honor to present to you state champion Micah Tennyson.
I'd like to say on behalf of the Board of Trustees, congratulations to you and thank you for your dedication and all your hard work at your skill. I don't think we all understand how much goes into training for this type of these events that you participated in. So on behalf of the board, I'd like to say congratulations on your accomplishment and caw-caw.
At this time, we'd like to recognize the 2026 UIL Girls Team Swimming State Champions, the Woodlands High School. Please come forward to be recognized.
Conroe ISD, are we getting tired of winning?
Nope.
Never.
That one weekend, the text kept coming over.
Oh gosh, it was a busy text weekend, that's for sure. Same thing, Mr. Meisler once again is here, and he not only was texting, but he did remember to set his phone down before he joined the athletes in the pool. 6A competitions are incredibly challenging, and none more than in swimming. The Woodlands High School has a storied history of success in swimming, and the girls' team showed their dominance this year at the state meet. Under the direction of Jeremy Wade and assistants Kevin Witt, Marty Miller, and Dylan Venter, the girls captured their 13th state title and won the meet prior to the last event, which is very rare. As we all know, swimming involves early morning practices, many Saturdays over the life of a swimmer, and none of this is possible without the parents. Parents, please stand and be recognized at this time. Before I announce the team, I do have a very special announcement. Coach Wade informed me today with breaking news and a great honor that the Swimming Athlete of the Year for TGCA is Brooke Miller. Congratulations, Brooke. What a great honor. At this time, I'm proud to present to you the 13-time state champion girls swimming team from the Woodlands High School.
Wow, 13 just happens to be my lucky number. So congratulations to you all. Right. Again, we never get tired of winning, so keep it coming. Thank you for all your dedication and all the early mornings and the practices that you put yourselves through, and just being best at your skill and going out and competing and bringing home these wins for the district. You not only represent your high school, but you represent Conroe Independent School District, and we appreciate that. So on behalf of the board, congratulations.
Dr. Vinson wasn't joking when he says that the phone lines were blowing up that weekend and the following one. We had, as you could see, so many wins coming and going that it was incredible. And as trustees, it was such a fun weekend, so I can only imagine how the parents and family members and coaches must be feeling, because it was amazing. All right. Moving on in our agenda, we are now at citizen participation. Public comment is conducted in accordance with the board policy BED local, and each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the board. The board will listen but not engage in discussion during this portion of the meeting. Ms. Spurlock, please call our first speaker.
Elijah Linehan. We're giving them a minute to clear up.
We've got good kids. It's fun to celebrate. You don't have to go. She's the best. Girl comes part. She like brings those girls in. That she's your it's good. And then we're done.
Elijah Linehan. Palin Lackey.
Sorry, I'm a little short.
Join the crowd.
Okay, am I good to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Palin Lackey, and I'm a freshman at Grand Oaks High School. I'm here today to discuss the emerging sport of female flag football becoming a UIL sport. The sport is growing faster than ever, and it has been previously rejected as an official UIL sport. However, female flag football athletes are not ready to give this up. We need your help in changing our future. Flag football needs to become a UIL sport for many reasons, but the main one being that girls deserve an opportunity too. And right now, there's no option for girls who want to play football. You may be thinking, yes, there is. It's called tackle football. However, in a span of 10 years, an estimated 176,831 female athletes ended up in the emergency room due to football-related injuries. I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty unsafe to me. But by adding flag football, it would eliminate the athlete-to-athlete contact while still keeping the competition, teamwork, and fun of traditional American football. Another important thing with school athletics is grades. By adding flag football into the school's athletic program, it would give more students the motivation to keep their grades up. When starting a new sport at a school, one of the main concerns is money. Now, as we all know, money doesn't grow on trees, and not every school has the ability to just throw money into starting a new sport. However, there are two major football teams that are willing to help sponsor your starting of your clubs, or teams in this case, if it gets approved, hopefully. The Houston Texans and the Dallas Cowboys are the two that are more than willing to help you, and female athletes are ready for this opportunity. We just need your support in helping us expand the sport into our schools. Here's what I'm asking for you, Dr. Vincent and the Conroe ISD School Board. For you, I need y'all's formal support in getting flag football to be approved as a UIL sport so I can take this to the state of Texas and get them to approve it so it can be in our schools.
Palin for president. Palin for president.
Mark Brooks.
I drew the short straw. I had to follow her.
And you're the tall one. She had to lower it, and you need to raise
Well,
it.
my wife's taller than me. I'm always called short. But I want to thank the board for their transparency by discussing last month's library material reviews in open session. However, I still have concerns about the process. I think it's reasonable to establish a library advisory council to assist in the review process. It's unrealistic to expect each of you to be experts at reviewing the appropriateness of library materials. One concern is the library material challenge forms were not released to the public. The justification on the challenge form wasn't mentioned. I obtained the February challenge forms by filing a public information request. The challenge form for Anne of West Philly included the following justification. Quote, the book depicts in both images and words two friends who turn out to be lesbians getting into one of the mom liquor candies, getting drunk and puking. End quote. During open session, nobody mentioned anything about lesbians, drunkenness, or puking. What's the point of requiring a justification on the submission form if you're not going to consider it? Another concern is the library material challenge discussions seem to be based on feelings. For example, young readers might find a ghost story to be scary, instead of applying local policy EFB. Local policy EFB includes these guidelines. Quote, the Board of Trustees shall consider, number one, the advice of the superintendent, and number two, whether the library material challenged or appealed is suitable for the subject and grade level for which the library material is intended, including by considering, number three, whether the library material adheres to the library standards approved under section 33021, and number four, reviews, if any, of the library material conducted by academic experts specializing in the subject covered by the library material or in the education of students in the subject and grade level for which the library material is intended. That's a mouth, end quote. If you want to modify the process to, or make that a little shorter, that'd be great too. In closing, please vote to establish a library advisory council at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Kristen Brown.
Good evening, I'm Kristen Brown. I'm a parent in the Oak Ridge Feeder District. I've come up here before in the past meetings to also talk about books, challenges. So again, I'm really excited that that's up for discussion on the agenda tonight. Please discuss it thoughtfully. The number of library books that you guys are approving in agenda discussions is it's huge. So giving y'all the opportunity to discuss what you need to discuss in this room is great. To that point, the board packet for the public to view wasn't available until around 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's 590 pages. So if I were to spend all 2 hours to look at that, it's about 5 hours a page, or 5 pages a minute. So as a citizen who's trying to be involved and know what's going on, that's not possible. Last month it was available, but in the January meeting, it wasn't even posted before the meeting started. So I encourage y'all and Dr. Vinson, please make sure that those are available. Spring break made this hard, I know it was, but make those available to the public so we can follow along as best we can. Thank you.
Michelle Taylor?
Hi, I'm Michelle Taylor. I just retired from Conroe ISD last year. I was a math teacher for Homebound for 21 years. Also, my 4 children graduated from Oak Ridge, 3 of them in the top 10 students of their classes. This is the first time I felt the need to stand before the school board. I was overjoyed to see the limiting of cell phones in schools this year. I assume you're seeing the benefits, but I'm asking you something more important. Dr. Jared Horvath, a cognitive neuroscientist and former teacher, spoke before the U.S. Senate. He said that in 100+ years of doing cognitive testing, that Generation Z is the first one to not score better than the previous generation, and I would agree with him. This is so, and he says it's because of the overuse of technology in the schools. This is so serious that Sweden is spending $100 million to go back to textbooks. I must admit that I have a personal reason for being here. I have a 10-year-old grandson with dysgraphia, ADHD, and anxiety. Computer-based tests and schoolwork on the computer are a disaster for him, especially in math, where back and forth from the screen to the scratch paper is just devastating. All my years, my children are taught to use test strategies and do betters, but 10-year-olds can't circle and underline easily on a computer. They can't easily skip questions and move on to the next one. They see one at a time. They can't scan tests to find the easiest questions to answer first. What are we doing? And then there's the issue of blue light screens, dopamine. Did you know that neurotypical children can exhibit neurodivergent symptoms from excessive screen use? Keep in mind, this same grandson doesn't have any screen time during the school week at home. But that's for another discussion. For the sake of our children, please get them off the computers and into textbooks and paper tests, and it needs to begin with math as a math teacher. We damaged Generation Z. Maybe we can work to save Generation Alpha. It is our duty as educators.
Okay, that ends our public speaking time, and we are now on to consent agenda. Items A through J are considered as a whole and approved in one motion unless a trustee requests that an item be removed for separate consideration. Seeing no request for any items to be removed, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved. Second.
All right, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. The motion carries 7-0. Now to the next fun thing of the evening. The moment many of you have been waiting for. We are now up to Human Resources. And Dr. Vinson, where'd you go? There you are. Dr. Vinson, would you like to kick us off?
Absolutely. I'm actually going to call a good friend, Dr. Winkler, up, and she's going to present our first nominee, and it's going to be the principal for Bradley Elementary.
And while Dr. Winkler is coming up, I'd like to just address the fact that this evening we will not be voting individually on each of our principal appointments because we took care of that in our consent agenda under our human resource report. And that's another step that we've taken to make this be a little more streamlined. Thank you.
Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vincent. With our Human Resources Board report being now approved, I'm very honored to introduce the next generation of principal leaders in Conroe ISD. Each of these exceptional leaders has demonstrated a deep commitment to excellence and service to our students, staff, and community. To begin with, we have Bradley Elementary. but we can't quite yet celebrate Bradley Elementary without first recognizing an extraordinary leader whose impact there has been profound. Dr. Christine Butler will retire at the end of this year, much to my dismay. I'm very happy for her because she gets to change in her title of full-time principal to full-time GG to Noah and Bennett, her favorite people in the whole wide world. Dr. Butler has dedicated her entire career to Conroe ISD since 1999. Opening not one, but 2 schools is quite the accomplishment. Throughout her tenure, she has created a campus culture grounded in care, high expectations, and student success. She has supported generations of students, guided teachers toward instructional excellence, and led with both heart and purpose. On behalf of the district, and me myself being a proud leader of the elementary schools, I want to thank Dr. Butler for her distinguished service, her leadership, and her lasting contribution to our family in Conroe ISD. And Dr. Butler is here with us tonight. As we honor her legacy and work, we also have to look ahead to the future leadership at Bradley Elementary. It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Tracy Somerville. Ms. Somerville brings nearly 2 decades of experience in public education, mainly all in Conroe ISD. She has served in a variety of instructional and leadership roles, consistently demonstrating a strong commitment to student achievement and staff development. She is currently the assistant principal at Hines Elementary, where she played a key role in the successful opening of a new campus. Clearly, and again, quite an accomplishment. In that role, she helped establish systems, structures, supported staff and operations, and worked collaboratively with the leadership team to analyze student data, develop targeted action plans, and lead professional learning, including the new implementation of our reading curriculum. Prior to that, Mrs. Somerville was an AP at Wilkinson Elementary for 10 years, doing all of those solo AP things, which is also quite an accomplishment, and she was also a district literacy coach for us. Tonight, Mrs. Somerville has with her her husband, Lindsay. Stand up, please, thank you, we want to see you. And her son, Davis. And in spirit, her daughter, Anna, who is at Grand Oaks High School right now, preparing for a very important tryout that she could not miss tonight. Please join me in congratulating Mrs. Somerville, the next principal of Bradley Elementary. And while she's finishing up, I also want to thank members of her Hines family and her new Bradley for joining us here tonight. Thank you all. Last month, the board approved Ms. Jamie Almond as the principal of the new Casey Arnold Elementary, creating a principal vacancy at Suchma Elementary. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Nick Kroll to join me at the podium. Mr. Kroll brings a strong background in both instruction and campus leadership. He began his career in Pflugerville ISD, where he served as a paraprofessional while earning his teaching certificate at Texas State. He taught elementary for 9 years, primarily 5th grade, English language arts, and gained experience in 3rd grade and as a special education resource teacher. Mr. Kroll came to Conroe in 2019 to Cryer Intermediate, where he continued teaching 5th grade, and he served as a campus behavior instructional coach, supporting both students and staff through the development of effective behavior system and instructional practices. Mr. Kroll is currently the assistant principal of Gordon Reed Elementary. In this role, he has helped with the development of the campus improvement plan, observation feedback, MTSS, RTI, all of those processes that are key to a successful campus, and he established a new teacher academy to support and mentor our new educators. Mr. Kroll is joined this evening by his wife, Melissa, who also works for us in CISD. And Nick is joined by his family members from Gordon Reed and his new family at Suchma, including David and Cherie Suchma. It is also a milestone for Mr. Krall because not only is he accepting a new position, he is celebrating a milestone birthday today. So please join me in congratulating Mr. Krall and wishing him a happy 50th birthday. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Paula Kapleski.
President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vincent. I am happy to announce we have 4 new principals at the middle school level. I'm going to start off with our recognition of Cox Intermediate. Liz Kaler is resigned. Where is Liz? She was here. Liz, okay, stand up, okay. So because Liz is going to be a parent for a little while, she's chosen to stay home with her family for a couple of years. I hope to get her back very soon. But we did have an opening, but she has been instrumental in the formation of the Cox culture. And I am so grateful for my experience with Liz Kaler. But we're sad, yes, we need to clap for her. But I'm excited to recommend Valentina Majeski. Ms. Majeski was a teacher at the elementary and middle school levels, specializing in special education, language arts, and math for 7 years in New Caney ISD. She then served as an assistant principal in New Caney ISD for 7 years prior to joining Conroe ISD, where she's been the Cox Intermediate assistant principal for the past 5 years. Her goal is to continue focusing on the positive culture at Cox and prioritize student achievement. She's a hardworking, devoted educator, ready to lead at Cox Intermediate. Please join me in celebrating the newest Cox Intermediate principal, Tina Majeski. At this time, we'd like to have Ms. Majeski's family stand, and we want to thank and congratulate them. And all the support of her family at Cox Intermediate. I know many of them are here. Next up, we have, we're going to be celebrating, I don't believe Ms. Britton was able to come tonight. Am I right on that? Ms. Britton? But she has devoted 34 years in Conroe ISD. She is going to retire. She was a Conroe Tiger herself, which I love. And she has been the principal at Travis the last 2 years. She was a previous assistant principal at Travis. But we're going to be recommending Dr. Denise Cuello. All right. So Miss Britton is going to be a grandma, and she is going to be devoting her time to her kids and her husband and her little granddaughter, Abigail. But we have Dr. Cuello coming on board, and she has served as a 6th grade bilingual teacher and social studies teacher, a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade language arts teacher in Spring ISD and at Cox Intermediate previously for 10 years. She was an assistant principal at Crier Intermediate for 3 years before serving as the principal at BB Rice Elementary for the past 4 years. As a bilingual principal, she is thrilled to return to the intermediate level to serve as a role model and strives to develop a strong instructional community. Please join me in recognizing Dr. Denise Cuello. Yes. And I believe Dr. Cuello's family is here too. Let's have them stand up. Her son is here. He is a crier cat. There we are. So congratulations. And yes, thank you. Thank you for your support. So at last month's meeting, we recognized the new principal for Timber Mill High School, Dr. Carlton Todd. So with that vacancy, we had an opening at Stockton Junior High School. We're very proud of Dr. Todd, although he will no longer be in the middle school group. I'm very sad about that. But I am excited to recommend Dr. Jared Hostis, who has recently been named and recommended for this position. Dr. First of all, I would like to recognize and thank Dr. Hostis for his 6 years of service in the United States Air Force. Dr. Hostis, we appreciate and your dedicated service. Thank you. Dr. Hostis was a history, science, and special education teacher for 4 years in Ira Ann, Sheffield ISD, and Midland ISD. He served as a principal at Premier High School of Midland for 4 years before moving to Conroe ISD. As an assistant principal and associate principal at Stockton Junior High School, he's looking forward to continuing the fine traditions established at Stockton. I'm honored to recommend this 2025 Region 6 Assistant Principal of the Year, Dr. Hostis, as principal of Stockton Junior High School. He is joined here by his parents. I know his wife, his little boys are here. His little boys are Eisler Eagles. That was the awe moment there, Carlton. All right. And last but not least, I'm so excited. We are sad to see Mrs. Ardwine leave the York family, and she's going to be our new Director of Communication, which we're thrilled about that, but leaving a vacancy at York Junior High School. But it provides us the opportunity to recommend Dr. Kelly McWashington. Okay, having served as an elementary teacher and junior high science and social studies teacher for 15 years in Louisiana, Fort Worth, and Louisville ISD, Dr. McWashington brings a strong instructional background. She was an assistant principal at DeSoto High School and DeSoto ISD. She then transitioned to principal of McCowan Middle School and DeSoto ISD for 6 years before moving to Katy ISD. For the past 2 years, she has served as principal at McDonald Junior High School and Katy ISD. With a focus on student achievement, improving attendance, and elevating teacher effectiveness, I can assure you, according to her former superintendent, that we hit a grand slam by having her join our district. Dr. Lewis told me you have no idea how lucky you are. We look forward to finding out just how lucky we are in having her serve the York Junior High community. Join me in celebrating our newest York Junior High School principal, Dr. McWashington. And she is joined here today by her husband, Curtis. So Curtis, thank you. Thank you.
President Waller, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Vincent, I'm excited to be here to bring forth the very first principal of Grand Oaks Ninth Grade Center. It's my pleasure to introduce Sarah Dorsey. Sarah has been in education for the past 21 years as she began her career in Aldine in 2005 and then made the move to Conroe in 2013 as a junior high math teacher at Moorhead. Later, she moved to York Junior High as an interventionist and 504 coordinator, and then Dr. Povich hired her to join him at Grand Oaks High School for its inaugural year. Since, Sarah has truly become the image of the Grizzlies. Her own kids have been in the Grand Oaks feeder and are Grizzlies through and through. Will Sarah's family, friends, and supporters please stand and be recognized? It is my pleasure to introduce the head grizzly of the new Grand Oaks 9th Grade Center, Miss Sarah Dorsey.
Congratulations to each of these leaders. We look forward to the impact they will make on their campuses within our district. Okay. See, we streamlined a lot already. Moving on to administration. Receive information and approve the campus mascot for Casey Arnold Elementary. Dr. Winkler. Dr. Winkler, if you could just wait a minute while they exit, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am. Was it something I said? Yeah. There's a lot of happy tonight. Yeah. I have happy. I'm good. You ready? You ready? Okay. All right. Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vincent. We are excited tonight to bring you the final selection for your approval tonight for the mascot of Casey Arnold Elementary. And tonight I included a picture of Casey. You know, sometimes we don't always see our namesakes, and Casey was just such joy and light. And every time I think about this school, I think about that smile and Casey's sense of humor, and just how we're really creating this legacy for Casey and her family. So wanted you to see a picture of Casey. She's a beautiful lady, and her sons are very handsome and so proud of this moment. The school colors for Casey Arnold will be navy green and, navy blue and green. I don't think that's a color. And so you will see that throughout our logos, but we did a mascot nomination, and it came down to the Owls and the Panthers. And so we had our students and our families vote on that, and they voted on the Owls, which was also something that her sister felt was very special, because an owl has a sense of reading and education and that whole connotation of the things that Casey loved and treasured. And to build a school around something that represents Casey in such a great way, to me, is such an honor. So tonight we ask for the recommendation for the Arnold Owls.
Do I have a motion to give a hoot and approve the owl as the official mascot for Casey Arnold Elementary? I've been waiting all night to do that.
So moved.
Second. Okay, is there any further discussion? All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. The motion carries 7-0.
And a special thanks to Andrew and his team for such a cute mascot.
All right, Dr. Klepesky, receive information and approve the campus mascot for Lynn Cartwright Junior High.
President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vincent. So I came to you last month to show you the nominations. So we had 4 nominations from the parents and the students who are zoned to Cartwright Intermediate School. Excuse me, Cartwright Junior High School, I'm sorry. And so the 4 top nominations, let me click here. And I don't have a picture of Lynn. I've become very close with her family, I will tell you that, over the past few months. The school colors I presented to you in the zoned campuses. But the top nominees were the Chargers, Colts, Mustangs, and Cougars was an overwhelmingly vote by the parents and the students zoned to the campus. So I would like to recommend that Cougars be the mascot for Cartwright Junior High School.
Okay, any discussion? Do I have a motion to accept the Cougars as the mascot for Lynn Cartwright Junior High School?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Yes, ma'am.
So we don't have a rendering at this point because it's a junior high school. We will have professional work done by an outside vendor, and they are working on at least 5 designs for the Cougar, and now they can start working on it since it's been approved. So I hope to bring that rendering to you very soon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Klepewski. That motion carries 7-0. Okay, on to item C, under administration, receive district and campus future enrollment projection information on the Zonda demographics. Thank you, sir, for being here this evening.
Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, Dr. Benson. Good to see you. Good to see you again.
Rocky has done work for me before for a long time, very reliable, and really is a guy that listens and has done a great job for the whole process of not only now, but a good future partner. So you're going to be excited to hear what he says to say.
Thank you. It's been great to work with this team too, so I can tell you that your team has been a real help to me, because we've been wanting to be in Conroe. We started this company 20 years ago, and we've been trying to get in Conroe, so I'm finally here before I'm not here, right? So I'm going to run through this report fairly quick, but we'll definitely have time for discussion. First, going to talk just about the national. We all know the housing market is struggling, and that's not just in Texas. Texas is one of the fastest growing areas in the country, but we have seen declines in both starts and closings throughout the United States. In Houston, we actually fell in both starts and closings, dropped to like 38,000. So that number now is kind of low. San Antonio is the only part of Texas that's really seen outperformed previous years. Dallas and Houston have both, and what's interesting is Dallas and Houston are starting about the same number of homes. And Dallas was starting quite a few more than Houston. So they've both fallen just a little bit. But Conroe ISD closed 3,335 homes last year. We rank this report by closings because a closing is an occupied home. So that's what we always do there. You can also see our starts, so that's where it begins. Inventory, these are homes that are either under construction or finished but vacant. VDL means vacant developed lot. That means it's a lot that's ready to be built on right now. And future lots, that 22,000 future lots, these are lots that we know about, but there's probably no dirt moving yet, but we know that probably in the next 2 to 8 to 10 years, that might get going. Last quarter, we only started, we started just over 500 homes. Now, this was one of the smallest start quarters for Conroe, with the exception of the fourth quarter of 22 that we've seen. Closings remain just over like 3,300 closings, so you can see that it's going to start dropping. We're probably going to start seeing closings. Closings will likely next year fall below 3,000. I think that they could even fall as far as 2,800. I think next year, just as things level off. Part of that is the declining starts are happening because of your inventory has grown so much. So if you look on this chart here at the very bottom, that inventory number is 1686, I think, if I read that correctly. Inventory are the homes that are under construction. You can see there's almost 1,200 homes under construction plus finished vacant. So that means right at the end of the fourth quarter, you had almost 600 to 700 homes that were finished, but no one was living in them yet. Hopefully those have all sold now because our first quarter is almost over. So we're going to get a bunch of those sold throughout the year. But I think that combination, that 1,600 plus the homes that closed recently, will kind of be where you'll end it in the school year with, if you're looking for a number, or begin next school week.
Do we think interest rates are part of this slowdown?
Yes,
Okay.
and yeah, I think that's the beginning of it. I think that interest rates, affordability are also a challenge. But yeah, we hope this summer they get lower in the 5s. I don't know if they will. But builders, they say about 60% of builders now are buying down interest rates, which is helping families get in. Not it's costing in the long run. There's a way they're making that work, but it's certainly helping families get in. Race, ethnicity, this is a chart that we like to show. I think what's interesting is that your Hispanic population kind of stabilized. Statewide last year, Hispanic population declined by 60,000 students. So we are going to see those numbers coming out. But you know, you guys stayed pretty level there, percentages. Your economically disadvantaged numbers actually declined a little bit this year, so that's always a positive sign. Future housing, this chart shows where all the activity is that we're tracking. So 88 active subdivisions, 1,200 homes under construction, 5,350 lots to be built on now. So if you think about that vacant developed lot activity, plus the 1,200, that's like at least 2 to 3 years worth of development if they didn't deliver the 22,000 homes that they're going to eventually deliver. So we know that we're okay. Through a slowdown, we may see starts slow down, but there's already enough lots out there to continue at a steady pace. Plus, we have groundwork underway on 2,300 lots. The other thing I want you to focus on a little bit here is where those developments are. You can see, you know, some areas of the district they're seeing some really strong growth, and we're going to see that, you know, fold into some of the enrollment projections as well. I got a bunch of aerial slides here, and I'll move through them pretty quick just to give you an idea of. I want to focus on yield. So what you see here, we've got 1,470 homes, 8 homes occupied, and that's a 0.24 yield. So if you're familiar with what we use for yields, that's a number of students per home. So you're thinking that's a 0.25, so you're getting about 25 students for every 100 homes. Fairly low, actually, for that area, because about half of those are elementary. But at the same point, 5,188 lots could add almost 1,300 students. 600 elementary students there. You can see that, and that's in that San Jacinto zone that you're going to see added over the next few years. And that's if that yield stays that low, which I expect it could creep up there. You've got Barton Creek. Again, this is 0.6, a more reasonable yield. That product there is, you know, they got 368 occupied homes there. December of 25, you can see where that construction is. It's kind of a Texas-looking pool there. You see that? That's kind of cool, isn't it? Distraction, sorry. Caney Mills, 0.867, another very strong yielding development. Silo, I think I pronounced that right, 731 total lots. Again, the yield of over 1. Now, this is 117 homes occupied, so not a lot of homes occupied yet, but there's 21 homes under construction, 11 finished vacant. It's not going super fast, but that is going to be fairly high yielding. It's a dense product. Affordability is important there. Stewart Creek Reserve, you can see that purple on there is a multifamily, but the yellow is future, and you can see there that they're already, in December, they were putting roads in. So you'll probably see some home starts this summer. Probably won't see a lot of students till 27, 28. Sweetwater Ridge, 714 total lots, a 0.67. I love a 0.5 yield. If you think of an overall yield that would be something you could think about. So these 0.67s, these are probably going to likely come down when it's all said and done, you know, when they kind of mature. But that 0.5 with a 0.25 elementary would be pretty steady. Townsend Bridge, it sounds like there's a lot of talk around this one. This is in the Arnold zone. We didn't really add like a forecast students for this too much. I mean, at the end, we kind of pumped up that elementary zone a little bit because there's so much uncertainty. I think we'll see an outcome maybe in the next year, but there's just certainly been a lot of discussion that our team's still learning about. And luckily, we get to be with you guys each quarter, or maybe unlucky. It depends on how you like the presentation, I guess.
I have a question while we're on
Yes,
this
ma'am.
slide. On the Arnold, is the discussion that's going to be developed, or are they uncertain?
It's uncertain how it's going to be developed. I think, you know, it was owned by one group. You know, they were going to try to build 7,000 homes. That wasn't really appreciated, I think, by the locals. So they're kind of looking at opportunities to see what this new group will do with it. So it's going to kind of be determined there. I suspect you're going to see homes there eventually. It's just what that looks like in the density.
I would bet those are probably end up getting developed, but out of my concern for that area is I know that there's a lot of concern for flooding from it, so there's a lot of discussion about possibly buying land there out of that development, or buying the developmental land and turning it into some sort of preserve, because the projection is that that's going to flood the Kingwood area and possibly into the Benders area. So there's a lot of discussion with our county commissioners, state representatives, senators, et cetera, working with the state, trying to figure out what we can do with that land. So I think that's a wise idea that you didn't include it at this time.
Right. Thank you. Multifamily, so there's some multifamily, but we've already have a lot of multifamily homes in Conroe, of course, but we are, there's more than 2,400 homes under construction right now, 1,500 future units, so continued multifamily growth. A couple of these are this is the alcove, it's going to be, rents are still to be determined. One thing I tell you, a lot of the new apartment complexes are building a lot more one-bedroom homes than three-bedrooms, like what we used to have, so we're not yielding as many students from the multifamily as we used to, so we don't really pad your enrollment too much from multifamily. Forest Trace, this is a current student yield. Now keep in mind, for multifamily, mobile home parks, manufactured home parks, we consider multifamily because it's multiple units on one tract of land. So when you look at like Forest Trace Court, now this is a different kind of product, and we do see high yields in these manufactured homes, mobile homes. So I think you're going to see those usually about a 1-to-1 ratio. And you can see that Forest Trace is there. The reserve at Sleepy Hollow will be something similar to that. This is, owner options with new homes, but these are going to be a mobile home product as well. And I think you'll see really high yields there. So enrollment data, let's talk enrollment data. This first chart here are newcomers and leavers. I don't know if you've seen anything like this before, but one thing we were able to secure from your group is student files, historical student geocodes, so where students are mapped. And we use that data, we got 5 years of history. We compare student IDs 1 year over the next. So if a student ID was in your system in 24-25, was not in the system in 25-26, we called that student a leaver, because they're no longer in your district. Now, we didn't count 12th graders, because we hope they all leave, right? So it's just K through 11. Your leavers last year jumped up to 7,260. You can see that number there in the light blue. Now, newcomers, that 7,499, that's the opposite. That's a student ID that was not in the system last year, is this year, and this is 1st through 12th graders, because we don't count kindergarten as newcomers, because they're all newcomers. So you can see there that you drop down. The good news is your differential there was less than 200 students. So that was kind of that means they're a little bit tighter. You're getting almost as many. You're getting a few more than you're losing. Your 24-25 gap was quite a bit larger than that. But that did cause we do have some enrollment declines because of that. Transitioning to my projections and looking at kindergarten enrollment first, which is the hardest kind of grade level for me to forecast. 4,480 kindergarten students this year. We used district birth data, just so you know how that's collected. District birth data comes from the state health department, but they only give it at the zip code geography. That's the smallest geography. We know that we can't put zip codes together and make a picture of Conroe ISD. That just doesn't fit. But what we do is we look at the zip codes that predominantly make up the district. Then we look at your kindergarten enrollment 5 years later to create what I would call more of a capture rate. So what we're seeing in that capture rate are two things. The reason it's over 1, there's 2 reasons it's over 1. One reason is because a lot of your new kindergarten students, they weren't born in Conroe ISD. They were likely born somewhere else. Plus, if we got parts of zip codes that weren't included in our zip code total, that would drive that up a little bit too. But the thing is, what we're just focusing on is just looking at what that capture rate looks like. And as long as we're using the same incoming numbers and looking at the same transitional numbers 5 years later, we see that trend. Now we're trending that capture rate down a little bit as you move forward, to future years. Part of that's based on some uncertainty in school of choice, but some of it is also that the more you grow, the more local kindergarten students you're going to get that were born here. So that's why some of that shifts. So last year, we had a decline in Conroe of 150 students. That's the first time I could see a decline in over 10 years in Conroe. So that was a big surprise, I'm sure, to everyone. I didn't know what your study looked like, but I'm sure it was a little bit of a surprise, not including COVID, of course. Kindergarten declined by 200 students, and that's the beginning of when we're beginning to see school of choice. And what's happening is large exiting classes. So when you have a large 12th grade class of 5,300 students, and you only bring in 4,000 or 3,500 kindergarten students, so you're losing. So the reason I put that cohort growth chart there is so you guys could kind of understand that we're still growing in Conroe ISD. We're seeing some significant growth there, over 1,000 students a year. Now last year was only 400 students. That cohort growth is how many first graders become second, so if you do the math, That's where that cohort growth comes from.
Two things. The number one thing is it's super important with demography so you can trend where we are. You know, these kind of things help us determine what we need as far as staffing and otherwise. And the second part about it is, if you think about this, Cy Fair lost about 2,500 kids last year, and they're looking to lose the same this next year. And so Katy Falls the same, Klein's from the same, and it's really staggering. I mean, we're really holding on as far as the enrollment goes, but it's ever more important from all the things that we're doing, and we need to be doing, to make sure we keep the kids that we have and create the kind of scenario that would be beneficial. So,
yep.
Thanks,
Dr. Vincent. And that's one thing I wanted to point out too. I'm sorry.
Quick question. So when I looked at this slide about leavers versus newcomers, I actually was concerned that we were getting, that it was changing quite a bit this past year. And I asked the question, you know, because are there any controllables? Is there anything that we can change? Yes, I understand that we have less leavers than other districts, but you know, we also want to maintain our excellence as well.
Well, we want to grow. We really want to be vibrant and do those kind of things, and that's the one thing about it. You know, it's a good indication of what we need to be doing.
Well, and Mr. McCord talked about a form that the leavers fill out, which I guess becomes PEMS data. And I guess I was just questioning whether the district uses that data to adjust at all or change anything that's our controllables.
Yeah, the thing is that we're going to take a lot closer look at those kind of things, and especially as it relates to, we talked about virtual learning. You know, Mr. McCord and I did about half the day, in saying that that's going to be a feature of whatever we're doing and how we're doing it. And Dr. Murrell is really focusing in on strategically, not a lot about what we need to do and how we need to do it. And there's pockets of those programs that we're trying to find that are successful. Yeah, I think that's really going to be a key feature because of the flexibility of it all. And if you take one example of East Texas, I mean, and what school district is it? Hallsville. He knew it because it's Longview, and Christy was by Tyler, so they don't care. But I mean, the thing is how many new students do they have? How many virtual students do they have? They have 2,000. And it's the school district about 4,000. So the thing is that, but they use the Texas Virtual School Network, and that's a very organized place. And when we really look at our virtual education, those are those things. We need to think in non-traditional terms, guys.
Yeah.
And we really need to think into the terms that are going to be helpful and beneficial to where they're at and what they're doing. You know, the other thing too is we're going to really look at student engagement. When students are engaged, they don't come. High school kids do not. It makes you sad. As much as the algebra teachers love teaching, quadratic stuff, they're coming for sports. They're coming for band. They're coming for theater. They're coming for those kind of things, or welding. Those kind of things make them feel like family.
I have a question. You stated. I'm sorry. Did I stop? You stated that this is the first time in 10 years you've seen a decline. Can you elaborate on that a little more?
With just your growth, the negative 110 that you see there was the first time your enrollment declined in the 10-year history of that I went back. I went back 10 years.
So you were able to go back.
Yeah, with TEA data, we could go back, with the exception of the COVID year, of course.
Okay.
I think
Would you say too that it's a normal plateau, right, as we reach saturation in our market?
Well, because you have so much growth, housing growth, I think it was a little bit of a surprise this year just because your cohort growth dropped off so much. That number 400 there kind of jumped out at me. But I think it was an economic thing.
I believe that's true. The deal is that we have too much inventory, VDL and really undeveloped lots. And so when we look at that, it's about traffic and about getting the roads put in and all those kind of different things. But, I always say this demographic report, no, we're going to keep getting them because it's really important that we do because we have to be laser focused. But if the interest rate goes down, Katie, bar the door. I'm not saying that's completely it, but I mean, you're going to see a lot. There's probably pinned up, market that needs as far as that stuff goes.
Well, I want to point out as well as when you look the chart below with the cohort numbers, a 1 is positive, a below 1, your 0.9 is negative. What you see right away is that if you get the student, they seem to stay. You see how all those are over 1? So it's really capturing those students. And I think school of choice is a big part of that. And homeschooling coalitions have been going out the roof now. So we are going to have a mobility part as far as our next quarter. It's going to be more of a mobility report where we actually get into where are these transfers going, where is that we can map these leavers from what attendance zone they live in so we can get an idea on that. We're going to talk about how many students in your district are in charter schools right now. we're buying that data from an outside source that helps us map that. It's actually based on devices, so we can kind of track devices and where they're going.
You have a map that you're going to show that shows where they're leaving, like
In
which
our
schools?
mobility report will. Next
Okay, so
quarter.
not this one?
Not in this one,
Okay.
no. So next year, I'm forecasting a bounce back. So what we're showing there is getting back to about 1,000 new students in cohort growth. Because I'm focusing on that. When we do our projections, we really focus on that the cohort growth, because we do it campus by campus. The end result is what you see in your absolute growth, but that's all because of, you know, again, that attrition that your 12th grade, you know, and you're also going to see it at elementary school. If you look how much larger your 5th grade class is compared to your kindergarten class, you're going to see a drop off at elementary level because of that too. Even though those elementary schools are growing, you're going to see a drop off. Now, we believe school of choice is a big part of that. I think that's what's going on statewide. So a lot of those students are in the district. They're still here. They're just not attending Conroe right now.
But you don't have any data.
You're
You're assuming. Okay.
But we're hoping to have that by the next report.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. This is now I have the forecast by campus as well here. A couple things to point out. The yellow represents being over capacity. Now, Arnold Elementary, we didn't have a capacity for us. That's why it's all yellow. That shouldn't be yellow. You can see Austin there, it's yellow, but it's staying right. You know, that number is not getting a lot higher, but Bartlett, that's going to be a real challenge. And you can see there that, you know, it's going to grow by 600 students. What the challenges are, we don't always have capacity where we need it. So it can't always be fixed, right, with the boundary shift because of what the capacity is there around it. But you also, the other ones on there, I'm not seeing big concerns until you get down here to San Jacinto. That's a big challenge. That's going to be a big challenge down there. More than doubling, I think, in 10 years, and that's a little bit conservative, probably. You know, if some of that housing picks up, it could happen sooner. So we are going to have some challenges down there at San Jacinto. Again, like if you look at Stewart, where I realize you see some color there, but it kind of levels off as some of these class sizes enter and exit.
I'm just curious, historically, did we know this was coming?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they
I'm
knew
just
this.
curious why we haven't necessarily planned for this beforehand.
Well, that is because based on the bond money that was put forward and the plans that were drawn, they knew we had growth coming, but in the timing, this was the extent of where the money could go, and they were banking on having more time to catch up with that growth. But they were, in the past, our boards have been, or our district has been a little bit behind on the catching up, and we did have the fast growth very quickly.
And historically, this type of level of detail wasn't provided over a 10-year span, right? It was provided more of a 3-year viewpoint.
So that, yes, we weren't getting this frequency.
Right. So I mean, so to be able to make accurate projections based on, you know,
Absolutely.
those bonds of the past, I think that probably definitely played a part into it as well.
Good evening, everybody. So the previous projections by PASA had us continuing to grow. They could only forecast based in the year 2022 of the information they had at that time. So in the process, they saw us continuing to grow much faster. They could not really have foreseen vouchers being approved or any of the things that we face today. It's always easy to play Monday morning demographer, but it's hard back then. So long story short, for Bartlett, the plan is that for Bartlett, we knew this was coming. It's obvious. You don't really have to be a professional demographer like Rocky to see it. That's why we have land in the northeast section, Carter Ranch, to potentially build a new school to relieve the overcrowding for Bartlett Elementary. It's why a previous Board of Trustees and Superintendent that we purchased land in Mavera and Ardavia to overcoming what's going to happen with San Jacinto, which San Jacinto is a small school, 700 capacity. So you're talking about San Jacinto encroaching on nearly 200% of capacity. So that will not work. So we talked for a while. Our real issue is pockets. Just like Rocky said, it's not easily addressed, but we have pockets of this exponential growth in certain areas. And then we have growth in other areas that are more mature where we've leveled out, or we could even potentially lose some kids over time as people become empty nesters, such as my family, which is pretty awesome, by the way. But it's long story short. So, you know, there are pockets and there are issues. Rocky, did I say that correctly?
Well done.
Oh, thanks.
You're right.
And I think it's worth mentioning too, just for historical reference, that the universal pre-K was in play back in 22, 23. So that did come up in our discussions as a board, previously deciding where to buy land, Mavera and Ardavia, like you mentioned. We have the land, but I think San Jacinto was being looked at as a potential pre-K campus, and that's no longer the case.
Just flying without a net, just storing away, not really knowing what the future is, doing the best we can. We have a piece of property on the east side of Gordon Reed Elementary where we could potentially build a new school if it was necessitated. You have Carter Ranch Elementary on 1484 in Millmac, probably the most beautiful piece of land that we own in Conroe, ISD. It's just unbelievable. Easy, is it unbelievable? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievably beautiful. Right now it's Bahia grass, but it's beautiful.
Nice hay.
So then you have the layaway space in Grand Oaks where we could build a school if it becomes necessitated based on what happens with the extension of Townsend. But we don't have to, but we have the rights to it. And then you have property in Ardavia, you have property in Mavera. Easy, if I've forgotten anything, I think that's it.
Well, then we landed on building Campbell as a priority in Evergreen, so that's there as well. But
So that's the story.
One of the things that
possible-
I'd like to, oh, sure, go ahead.
I know you've talked about the growth at San Jac for quite some time, and can you remind me, is it possible to kind of move any of the students to other schools to make more room there, or do we not have anything close?
Well, it could. To some degree, it might necessitate us reimagining how we rezone things. And so we have really to try to the best of our ability to keep clean zones within high school feeders. So can things be addressed? Yes. Might it be a little painful? Potentially. But it could be done. We've already started our own reimagining team to look at how that might happen if it was absolutely necessitated. So,
One of the things I want to mention to you guys, this is the first night of the process that I've always used in terms of the data collection. And it's the first step towards the master facility plan. I never want to say bond, I don't like that, but the thing is, what I want you to have is a forward-thinking plan based on analytics. And then the second thing I want is to, once we get through this in a little bit of the way, I'm going to ask you what your vision and master facilities plans are, the guardrails that are going to provide us our pathway towards reaching the goals that you want to reach. And then not only, I always say, I'm a steward of the school district. It's not my district. Y'all are in that same spot and you represent the community. When we do this, this is step one of realizing what their numbers are. And we're going to do great things as far as moving from here to make sure that we're there. And it includes demographics, moving and changing and those kind of things in a very live fashion. And I mean, at the end of the day, too, you know, Mr. McCord has been doing the demographics independently among all the other 80 things he does. Beyond the good looks, he's really good at it. I mean, it's just, he has a lot of skills. So, I mean, I'm just telling you, it's been great, but this is going to give us the ability. And two, with Rocky, we can bring him and start providing some of these opportunities to reimagine things, as he says, and they can put that data in and quickly get that information out. And so it really provides us that resource, and I'm so grateful to y'all for letting me have the chance to get this done.
Dr. Vincent, can I say something? What's really important are the quarterly reports that we're going to get. So if you look at the screen, the question I have when I close my eyes and go to bed at night is, can we hold the fort at Austin and Patterson and Stewart without having to build based on what they're going to do? And those schools will sooner or later plateau, and its forecast will probably get smaller as people get older, which is the goal, by the way. So can we hold the fort there without having to rezone anything? I want to believe we can, and I know people don't like it, and I'm not a fan of it, but that's how portables come in. And that's how we help make sure that we don't overbuild, and that portables can bridge the gap to get us through a storm. Like if you look at Patterson, so we're meeting next week to see if we can add more portables to Patterson. We met yesterday about finding ways to add, was it 6 portables at San Jacinto? So, you know, can we hold the fort, be fiscally responsible, and get where we need to be for the taxpayers and the students?
I have a question about campus capacity. So we are talking about campuses that are over capacity, but there are multiple campuses on here that are under capacity. And the question that I had for you, Mr. McCord, was what is the ideal campus capacity percentage to shoot for with best student learning outcomes, best employee satisfaction, percentage that keeps the campus in the black, and how much does it cost to run an elementary campus? I know that's a lot, but your response back about percentage of campus capacity was really, what does the board want? So I thought that was an interesting.
You know, the question is
response
what
back.
the board wants is what we want. The question of what does it cost, and I commend Karen Garza's team for finding out. Basically, to run an elementary school for a year is $5.5 million. I used to work with one of my mentors, one of my favorite people on the planet. He really is, and that was Chris Hines. And Chris Hines always said, you know, Chris McCord, he goes, you know, a school feels full when it's at 90% capacity. And it really does. And it comes down to 90% capacity feels different at different schools. It depends on the design and the choke points in the hallways and the sizes of the cafeteria. One thing that I would say that's important about the size and capacity of a school is that it's different at a secondary school versus an elementary school. Because at a secondary school, I can float teachers. At an elementary school, I really can't float teachers like I can at a secondary school. But there's a cost savings by floating teachers not adding to a secondary school. But there's also a cost of teacher dissatisfaction in that I may have to be a teacher and I may have to float. Or I may have I may have one conference period and a teacher is floating through my classroom and I don't really have anywhere great to go. So there's a cost for everything we do. Whether we do something or we don't do something, there's a cost for it. But you know, the things too that EASY's been trying to address and we've been trying to address, and I can't commend you enough for, is adding the school gymnasiums for the elementary schools. Dr. Winkler, is it an over-exaggeration that it's a complete game changer to an elementary school? The gymnasiums change the whole function of an elementary school. The adding of queuing space in a car line, like at San Jacinto, we're working on trying to get the car line off of 1314, which when I was a wee lad, it was a rural farmer market road, and now it's a bustling interchange of traffic between the east and west side. So getting cars off the road changes how it feels. For example, at San Jacinto right now in the car line, once you get in the line, you're committed, you can't get out. It's really seriously. So all these things flow together. Rocky, I'm sorry, I know this is your deal. I'm sorry, you're doing a great job. Sorry, man.
Thank you.
So I don't know, maybe did I answer your question? Maybe. Thank you. Okay, cool.
Well, this next slide is the intermediate, the same, just with your intermediate junior high schools. You do see some yellow there, but we know we have some campuses open in 27, 28 as well. We forecasted the campuses that are opening next year. That's why you see the intermediate campus there, and you saw that on the elementary slide. We haven't forecasted 27, 28 yet, so that will be part of next year's study. We go ahead and do a high-low scenario mainly because of the current climate, you know, with the unknowns of vouchers, the unknowns of the housing market. So I just wanted to show you some really, I wouldn't focus on the high one because we're probably not going to get to that one, but that low scenario, that 72.3, what I did is just looked, okay, what if next year looks like this year? Like what if our cohort growth, like last year stays down in the 400s, like 451. Well, then we're going to lose over 400 students next year. So I think I wanted just to make you aware of that. I really think you'll do better than that in Conroe, but I think that to not talk about would be a disservice just because of what we are facing right now. There's a lot of unsettling things. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I swear this is the last thing I'm going to say about this. I know you said we're not really going to focus on the high range projections. However, there is the third bullet point which says programs and marketing efforts increase enrollment through transfer students. That to me feels like it's a controllable and something we could do no matter what, correct?
Well, yeah, the thing is that that's one of those metrics that you can get a better handle on as far as understanding where those kind of things are and then knowing where they're going, because that's 101.
So any idea, you mentioned that Katy and Cy-Fair had much higher numbers of loss. Historically, how did they go from something like a 150 to 200 deficit or loss?
We don't work with Katy or Cypress.
You don't? Okay.
I didn't say that, no. I mean, I think they...
Did I misunderstand you? They're currently, Katy's losing how many?
I didn't know, I didn't mention Katy.
Must have misunderstood you.
I'm sorry? Dr. Vincent might have mentioned that.
My details back there, the details got Chris recorded.
Maybe I'm sorry. I thought you said, I thought
No.
you referenced other
Well, Dr.
districts.
Vincent
It was me.
Okay, you.
Yep. They lost
Well,
8-16.
I know I heard it. What was the number for Katie? 816. Okay, so they're a comparable, they're one of our comparable districts.
Mm-hmm.
So how did they get to that number? Do we know?
How they lose that?
Like how did?
I mean, chances are it was well.
Do they?
They do.
I'm sorry?
They have 20,000 more students.
Yeah, they have, well,
So I
that
think
could be part of it. I mean,
probably about the same.
Aldine lost 5,500, I think, or something like that. So, you know, which is a much different demographic than your district. But I think, I would guess that they're top-heavy at both Cy-Fair and Katy as well. You know, with that, a lot of that could be that difference between their kindergarten and their 12th grade classes.
Okay.
I think the drop in Hispanic populations for real. You know, this is, you know, like I said, the TEA data that dropped last week shows a drop of 60,000 Hispanics. I think.
How many?
60,000 statewide.
Statewide.
Yeah, so it's a pretty significant number. Yeah, that's kind of my thought on that. But I didn't really. We haven't explored.
That's worth noting. I'm trying to make sense of the numbers. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, again, enrollment increased 5,000 students in the last 4 years, but last year we saw a decrease of 150 students. I think that's kind of where we're sitting. It's going to be a slow build back, even if we get strong housing. Again, I think, my opinion is this is a really strong district in this area. And if you look at those cohorts and you see all those ones across the board, it's just kindergarten class dropping by 200 is going to have impact going forward. And if we can't get them when they first get those kindergarten students, then the rest of that will change. Because once you get them, you keep them. And I think I don't see that many ones very often, if that makes sense, 1.0s, 1.1, because that's a % growth at every grade level till you get close to high school. And I do think virtual enrollment's important. I think, you know, Hallsville, Huntsville, Fort Stockton, Grapevine, there's a lot of virtual campuses out there and mainly it's a secondary thing. I think it's a choice they're making it secondary. So we're forecasting that I think you'll be declined to approximately 71,500. So sitting right around 72,000 in 10 years is probably where we're going to land. And by then, maybe we've turned the corner. Hopefully 6, maybe 7 years from now, you know, it gets messy beyond 5 years for any of us. We don't know. We didn't know 5 years ago COVID was going to happen. Well, 6 years ago now. It's been a while. That's what I got though. First time here. Again, it's pleasure to be in Conroe.
So I have not a question, I guess it's more of a comment, or maybe both, I don't know. I love this data. I think it's really important that we understand kind of where the trends are, where we're showing potential decline or maybe leveling off. My question becomes, this is great, now what? What's our plan, and what do we plan to utilize this information for our more immediate, within the next, 3 to 6 months, if not in the next 2 to 3 years? What are our next steps on how we implement this and make some changes, maybe to stuff we already have planned?
Well, the first thing is we actually used this for staffing this year, and it was a really timely event, and we actually were able to save quite a bit of money because we staffed accordingly to where we were supposed to be. And so that was a really good financial situation.
How much have we saved?
You know, it was right, Dr. Landry, 6 million? Where are they? No, look, they're actually looking it up. So yeah, we'll get that.
So we've already saved millions of dollars just by having this report done and
Yeah,
utilizing it.
and
I
actually,
just want to make that clear.
Yeah, no,
That's
the thing
great.
is, it's really important. And I mean, the second thing is we have to really be consistent with the application of it. You know, and with numbers, and we're going to appreciate. You know, we're talking about staffing analysis. You know, we look at those and we look at all of the equitable and very normal processes about how we allocate and provide allocations. That's number one thing. This is really going to tell us where we're at, and then also show you those hot points where it's going to be now and in the future, because it's just super important. This is one data point that's going to help with that. The second thing is we're going to be working on your master facilities plan, and what we're going to do is show the data and show where the growth and the reconsiderations are. So, and we're going to ask you, what are those, again, those guardrails about what you want to see in the future? Like, you know, before my previous boards would say, we don't want any portables. That was the thing. The next thing is they wanted to have 85% capacity because that was to them capacity. And so we started all those kind of things there. And then this gives us the data point to say, You know, what are we going to do to take care of it? The other thing we're going to do is we're going to do a facilities assessment that's going to show you now and in the future. So when we use our M&O funds, or perhaps in some situations, if you ever need in the future, you'd know what those needs are, from air conditioning to new construction or to additions, which I've done a lot of that too. Because one of the things that we should be really happy about is a lot of people are closing schools. We're not. I mean, we have 300 plus portables right now. And we've built regional elementaries. We've built regional junior highs and stuff like that. That is critical and crucial as far as how that goes. And so in that process, although it's an ache and a pain, it is financially incredibly useful. I mean, we have ginormous high schools, but those are expensive. And so financially, we put ourselves in that pathway. It's just the thing is we have to do some course correcting, and the course correction is going to be using data, using what y'all want and what the public needs, and then moving forward, because I think this is the best part. So you're going to probably see around May and June when we start going through that process to do it. But again, the first thing is we've already saved money because of the demographic study.
Did we find out what that dollar figure is? $6.3 million.
That's incredible.
$6.3 million.
Saved.
I can't do that. I can't do that every year though. So y'all know that I'm trying.
I understand. But I'm glad that you pointed out we are not like other districts. We are not in the same situation that other districts are in. And I just want to applaud you for your strategic forward-thinking vision and having this demographic study done.
Yeah.
And getting ahead of the curve. So thank you for
I'm
this.
just appreciative that y'all give us the opportunity to do it because it's such a critical piece of the puzzle. And quarterly, we're going to get reports that are going to give you the kind of information you need. Mm-hmm. And Rocky is the best at turning that information around quickly. And then also helping us optimize insofar as classroom inventory. Super critical.
Awesome. I have a quick question. It looks like our total capacity will be projected in 2035 to be around 4,000 students under our total capacity. It looks like we're supposed to projected to lose, in elementary schools, it looks like we're projected to lose about 1,000 students. What's recommended when that happens? Like, it seems like building, if we're already 4,000 under capacity, wouldn't be advisable. Do we shift students around, or what do we do?
That's a tough perception is, is the challenge will be where that capacity's at. I talked a little bit about it earlier. That could be reality, but the thing is, you might not have the seats where you need them. If we're doubling up here, and we don't have, and this is down here is where we're getting that capacity to make that happen, you could upset a big circle of people. I think.
The thing is you have to look at two different things, and we'll build this together because there's experts that get this done, from Rocky to Ron to anybody else as far as this goes, and we're going to bring those experts in and talk about facility capacity utilization, and then move and change and adapt to those kind of things. Because, when sometimes I have tried to resurrect a building before, and it costs more money to resurrect it than it does to build something new. But we have to go do those cost measures to determine that, and then you can start looking at, especially campus, like if you look at one area that's all built out, then you can start really making good strategic demography and zone changing choices that are super critical. And if you do it long enough ahead of time, they know how it works and it's going to go. So those are the kind of couple of things that are going to be there, because it's not with a chainsaw in that situation, it's with a real scalpel, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I look forward to the future quarterly reports.
Great. I look forward to coming back.
Okay, we are now on to item D, discuss and possibly consider local school library advisory council. It's come to my attention that a request was made to table this item so that further research or additional research and information that's being gathered can be looked at. And I haven't heard anyone request that it not be tabled. All right, so then I'll go ahead and move forward with this item being tabled for this evening until we get through the rest of the information that is being gathered. All right, next item is item E, discussion of commemorative months and other issues under school board policy EMB. I know that Trustee Horton was the one that was asking for this item. Did you want to start with discussion, or do you want Dr. Vinson to start? How would you like to?
Oh, sure. I can just talk a little bit about, why it was brought up. we've received some feedback that not all of the cultures were being celebrated equally. We're, having parades for one culture and we're not recognizing another. So I just ask if the district could formulate a plan to where we are equally celebrating all cultural days, not to replace, reading from diverse authors and things like that, but to really have kind of a plan going forward. Bless you.
Well, that was fun. But so the thing is this: as far as this goes, when Trustee Horton asked us to put it together, what I asked her is the process of how to ask her what her goal was, and then provide possible solutions, because that's what in this process of the request is, basically to provide opportunities for students to learn about different cultures, historical figures, and authors throughout the year. And then the second thing is, when through that whole process, what are the solutions? That's always trying to figure. And so, not that we've had the chance to look at this comprehensively, but one of the solutions is consider possibilities of Celebration Day that allows students to kind of basically explore, their heritage or another culture that they wish to explore and share traditions with classmates. And this is not something that's atypical to a school district. And so, one of the things that we offer, what we do is this, we try to look at some different solutions that people have done in the past, and so to give you some examples for consideration. And there's one that was like a heritage showcase that school districts do, campuses do. You've probably been to one of those things where the social studies curriculum research and present traditions and entire historical figures. I know that's one of the things that for San Antonio we always, there was stuff about the Alamo, and they would dress up and do those kind of things. And if you've not been to a living museum, you've not lived, I guess, because that was another thing that we traditionally do in that process. And then a tradition showcase, where people can highlight the many cultures that people have. These are just random examples as far as those kind of things go, and we wanted to provide that information based on this request. And then the thing is that there's also processes for curriculum embedded storytelling, which is another thing that often happens at school districts across Texas. Oral histories and those kind of things that allows people to be interviewed, shared stories, and integrated curriculum to provide those. And those are similar to those examples to what you requested as far as that meeting that goal and possible opportunities. We're not married to any of these, but I thought these are provide you as trustees some of the options that we would like to consider. So that we're able to consider should you want to do that. There is no action on this item, but I just wanted to provide those examples that you have and basically turn it over to you.
Well, thank you for looking up some ways that we could really acknowledge everyone. And I think you mentioned next steps would be to pilot it at a school or a campus.
Yeah, the thing is that from these processes in traditional terms, is what we would do is say those are people interested in maybe piloting some of these examples or showing some of the examples that we currently do anyway. But I mean, those are the options that we have as far as making those as opportunities and possibilities.
Any further discussion? I would just leave that to Dr. Vinson and his team to decide how to move forward with this.
We can definitely look into it.
Any further discussion? Questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Vinson.
I actually created that slide deck, so I thought I did a pretty good job too.
Okay, next item up is teaching and learning, and the very first one is A, and it was to consider and possibly approve the library materials in accordance with Texas Education Code 33026 and Board Policy EFB and Senate Bill 13. But at the request of the administration and the need to look at the content of some of the items on the list further, request was made to table this item.
Absolutely. The thing is we need our software that we're going to be that you just purchased that I'm going to implement tonight when I get home, so that we can really look into it. I mean, and I appreciate that, deal. And thank you for ability. The thing that I want to do is make sure it's right, and ask for forgiveness when we can't do it immediately. But it's important for our babies. It's important for you, and I want to make sure, just like the situation before, that we meet your goals. So thanks for your patience on this, really, truly.
Dr. Vinson, I just want to say thank you for your efforts that you've made in making sure that this is executed. Like I mentioned last meeting, this is very important to me personally, but I think to us as a board. So I appreciate the efforts to get this in place.
And you and I had this conversation on the phone yesterday, or a couple of days ago, but it's a law, and it's policy, and from ranging from those kind of things. This is your district that you want to have as process as it goes. And working through those kind of things, I want to stay legal. I want to make sure that we reach your goals. And thank you for your patience in doing it, because a little grace goes a long way with us. We really appreciate that.
It's very exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we do have a couple of other items, but they're more lengthy under teaching and learning, and a request has been made that we take a brief intermission. And so the time is 8:18, and we will take a break at this time and give 10 minutes. Is that enough, ladies? Thank you, 10 minutes. We will return at basically 8:30. The time is 8:31. We are back in open session. And our next item up is item B, receive information regarding NWEA, measures of academic progress growth, reading fluency assessment, House Bill 3 progress measures 1.2 and 2.2, and Bluebonnet Learning ELAR K through 5 items. These are information items only, no action will be taken, but I do want to remind trustees that the request was made to hold your questions till the very end, and you were given your handy dandy notebook to take notes and to remember your questions.
Designed by me. And I know, because here's the thing, guys, as board members, this presentation is action-packed, and it's going to reach fever pitches. And you're going to want to ask questions because of the awesomeness. But when we work through it, I'm just going to encourage you that the next slide will probably answer the question of your wildest dreams, because it's going to be that fun. I can't wait to get started. And the one thing I really want to do, we actually had a different presentation. Y'all actually saw this presentation when you were in small groups. But over the break, Christy needed a break from me, and I needed to have time. And so I went back and redid the slides, because I wanted to say thank you for the teachers and the principals and the assistant principals who just knocked it out of the park with their dedication, focus, and planning that made it best and brightest for our kids. And that starts with the district leaders. When you gave the charge to work through what we're going to do as far as new reading curriculum, that what can we do? And that's what I emailed Dr. Upshaw, texted her and said, I want to take this presentation because I want to make sure that you and Dr. Winkler, get this credit and these amazing folks behind me that made it happen. Because, any curriculum any curriculum you ever implement, it's hard. It's full of stuff, and you have to go work through it. You have to be positively focused and all those kind of things. And so they did a great job of not only the process of doing it, but really making it hopeful. And that's what we need, because our teachers need it and our kids need it. And so before I do that, and before I start talking to you about the results, I need to give you a little context. And we've talked a lot about tonight, and I think intentionally we went through this, is that there's a lot of things that we have on the docket, and it's all cool, fun, exciting things about the future, because the future just makes me, so hopeful, and especially here. I think that there's great things that are going to happen here, and I know you're tired of these, and the board, the audience is probably saying, "Hey, Dave Vincent has one more audit." Yeah, I have more, and we only have like 18 here, but we've been through 4, and you've seen some of those. And the thing is this. I told you before when I got here, the best thing I can do, like they said in West Texas, never take a fence down till you know what it's for. And the second thing is, have the plan towards moving towards the future, so I can give you all the information, and then we can take best practices and make our dreams come true out of them and do what's best for our babies and our community and our taxpayers. And so we've done such a good job of working through this. Tomorrow we actually launch our curriculum audit, our communications audit, and I'm going to show you the fruits of some of the things in terms of our audits that we've done and the master planning that we've done to make this happen. And the thing is this. I want to start out by the raucous class of 1980 from Conroe High School. Look at those shirts. I guess buttons had not been created yet. And, there's a discouraging haircut, but I had a mullet once, so I'm not going to say anything. But the thing is that when you look at this, I want you to see that this was the last class that really had, academic freedom. And that's going to make sense here in a minute. And to say that, I really need to take you through a timeline of my education. I graduated high school in 1986. Do the math how old I am. But in 85 was the last year, and 86 was the year you actually had to pass a test to graduate from high school. In 1980, they started the first version of that just to make sure you could read and things, just to kind of get an assessment where we are. And then I started teaching, and we started the TOS test. Now, here's the deal about the TOS test. The TOS test was, we would be teaching, running around along teaching, and then I would say, every math and reading people, stop what you're doing. Now we're going to get ready, and we're going to teach TOS essentials. And so we would actually stop our curriculum, and we would teach the TOS to the TOS test, and then we would pass the TOS test, and we would move on. And so the deal is that the TOS test was much harder than the other assessments, but at the end of the day, it was still a real basic standard of academic focus. And the thing about that is that when you think about that TOS test, when we moved to the tax test, we stopped not just dropping what we were doing, and we actually started teaching the TEKS. The TEKS were introduced, and so we were sort of start taking the TEKS, and then the tax test was going to assess what we learned. And so everybody says, we're teaching the test. They're not teaching to the test. You actually have a curriculum. You're supposed to follow it. And that was a shock to our system for two reasons. Number one, those 1980 teachers, kids, they got whatever teacher taught, it was fine. You had a book, you went through it. If you got it, you did. If you didn't, you didn't. It really didn't matter. If you behaved, if you did those kind of things, you would graduate. And really the unevenness of how we work through things. Everybody grabs about assessment, but now we have a standard. And when we had the TOS test, I had a 10th grade exit level of test, and it had a 3-step math problem on it. A 3-step math problem. In the tax test, we started giving those to 3rd graders. So if you don't think that we've made academic gains in American public education, you're crazy. What we used to graduate people with now is a 3rd grade assessment. Have you done 5th grade math lately? I'm not going to tell you if I've done it or not, but I wasn't that great at it. So then we went to 2011, and so we said, not only do we want our kids to actually have pretty knowledgeable, and we've taught the curriculum, we want our kids to be college ready. And so we started taking the STAR test in 2011. And then that college readiness turned to the STAR test too. Now they're actually saying, what do you learn about the STAR test? But we're going to go one better, or what do you know about being college ready? Now, how are they doing in college? We're actually going to be assessed on 2 years after the deal. Are they being successful with what they did? So they keep ratcheting up the standards. And, I'm a proponent of check-ins with our kids. I want to be able to learn and grow, but it has to be reasonable and normal and through the process. And so when I was moving to the transition and get back to these kids, and when I was working from the first time we were going to teach the TEKS, I actually brought my first curriculum audit in so as to develop a curriculum. And this super smart lady, but she was not really pleasant, and but she started doing our standards, and she said, no academic freedom no longer exists. And they told the teachers, and it was a shock to their system. People were just so upset, and it's because you teach what you want to teach. And now, no, you're going to teach what we tell you to teach. And they keep ratcheting those kind of things up. And so the free and easy 1980s turned into a lot of accountability in the 1990s. And so with that Margaret Kilgo said, you need to follow this guy, and he's going to really tell you exactly how to work through the system. And this guy named Robert Marzano. And he said everybody has to have what they call a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So in other words, it's going to guarantee what you're supposed to learn, and then it's actually going to be viable. I mean, it works, and you know it works. And then if it works, then you're going to be able to take a test, and you'll be able to pass it. But only if you have those elements of what a guaranteed viable curriculum is. So what is a guaranteed viable curriculum? Well, not to get too nerdy, but there's this person named Fenwick English, and he came up with this notion of saying everything has to be written, taught, and tested. So what does that mean? The TEKS are written curriculum, the standard by which we evaluate what we're going to do and what we're going to teach. The assessment are going to be many different things. The STAR test, it could be the checkups or whatever the things that you're going to do. The MAP test, and then the taught, which is the middle, is the thing everybody talks about, but in the middle, it's just supposed to make sure that you are teaching what the written curriculum says, and the assessment should see if you're being successful at it or not. And so tonight, when we take this journey, remember those things because it's a part of the process. And so, with this, the one thing that when you're focusing on Bluebonnet really is in this process in Texas. They want to get feedback about what's going on, perceptions, and perceptions always are one of those things that that are hard to understand and get, and sometimes hard to take. But in Conroe, we're going to take perceptions. We're going to take the feedback from parents and teachers and leaders, and we're going to absorb that. We're going to metabolize that, and then we're going to grow from it. I love his feedback. You know, I wasn't a kid that was always necessarily to be successful, but I was always a kid that had the grit and the hope to keep trying. And so we're going to accept this as, okay, thank you for the information. Let's make it better. And so in that process, I'm going to actually, I think this is the point where I actually turn it over to somebody. Is that right? And so the thing is, I'm going to turn it to Darren. She's going to be a lot more pleasant and fun to listen to. And then I turn it over. So Darren Carlo.
Thank you, Dr. Vincent. Good evening, President Odenweller and members of the board. Dr. Vincent, thank you so much for your support and for your leadership. We appreciate you setting us up with the presentation and giving that background. Tonight, I'm going to start us off with, as you know, we conducted a series of surveys just to find out from our stakeholders what's working with Bluebonnet and what are some areas of opportunity for us where we can grow and we can improve the service that we're providing our campuses. So I'm going to start by giving us I'm going to hit the highlights. Obviously, there were numerous surveys. We had 3 groups of individuals that were surveyed. We had our teacher group, we had our school leadership group, and of course, one of our most important groups, then that being our parents. And so we've categorized our feedback into glows and grows. Glows, obviously, being the things that they liked, the celebrations, what we're doing well, and grows, again, being those opportunities that we can capitalize on to improve the curriculum. So we'll start off, and again, this is a compilation of all of the surveys that we did. Our fall survey was given in October, and our winter survey, we just finished wrapping that up at the end of February. Some of the glows, I think it's a huge celebration that we had great parent engagement. We had actually 1,051 parents engaged in the fall survey and 934 engaged in the middle of the year winter survey, which is great participation from our parent community. And the other piece that we wanted to note is that it was reported that we had effective communication in 2 areas. One, our teachers reported that they feel a high level of comfort with the resources that are available to them on the Bluebonnet portal. So that was really good information to gather. And then our parents also reported that they are getting those unit parent letters that give them an overview of that. Over 50% of our parents reported that they were receiving those. So that's a big kudos to our teachers and our campus principals for ensuring that that communication is getting home. As far as clarity of purpose, which falls under our areas of opportunity, specifically what was noted here was appropriateness of the text complexity. So meaning that in some cases it was noted that the text complexity seemed high for the grade level. And I would like to take an opportunity to address that because I feel like that just might be information that some of our parents and even our teachers may not be aware of. You all are familiar with Bluebonnet follows the structured literacy framework, and that flows with the science of reading. And one of the things that is really critical through the science of reading is text complexity. And we've learned that reading comprehension and listening comprehension require 2 different skill sets. And so the research is very clear that most students, most of us, can listen and comprehend at a much higher level than what we can actually read. And so I was going to say I would argue, I know that the reason the complexity of the text is that way is very strategic and very intentional by the creators of this curriculum. I also know that through the work of Robert Marzano in his latest book on vocabulary instruction, which is another big component of structured literacy and the science of reading, he talks about language is developed not all through explicit learning. Some language is developed through what he coins incidental learning. And that is just through multiple exposures with text. even with reading comprehension, you don't have to understand every single word in the text to make meaning from the text. So I just wanted to address that and hope that that provides a little bit more clarity for our constituents on the purpose of why the text is complex, and it is during the read aloud, which means that the teacher is doing all of the modeling, all of the think aloud, and all of the heavy lifting. When students are engaged with reading, they are engaged at reading text that is more at their appropriate level. So I wanted to clarify that. Some additional resources that were noted through the survey, particularly by teachers, is that they find that they're often having to create their own anchor charts, provide sentence stems or sentence starters to engage students in conversation that maybe are lacking some oral language, particularly noted when teaching emergent bilingual students and students with special needs. And then the instructional style refers to, and this came out in both the teacher, parent, and school leadership surveys, that they would prefer to see the lessons be a little bit more student-led versus teacher-led. Again, the lessons do focus a lot on the read aloud component because we know that our students learn many of these reading comprehension skills through the modeling that teacher is doing. So a lot of the lessons are very much teacher-led. The teacher does do heavy lifting, but I would say that there is plenty of opportunities for students to practice independently and collaboratively with their peers. And then continuing on, going back to GLOWs and some celebrations, we talked about the web portal being something that came out many times throughout the survey. Parents have enjoyed having the opportunity to go onto the web portal and be able to preview and identify what their students are learning in each unit. Phonics instruction was highly praised, particularly by our teachers. They reported just really comfortable with the way that the phonics pieces is laid out in the foundational grades. Again, some additional opportunities for growth was the pacing. Teachers are struggling still with trying to make the lessons fit within the given time frames. We feel a lot of that has to do with the newness of the curriculum, and we will continue to gather feedback on that even into next year just to see if they report that that is actually getting better. I would say, just an observation, I have seen it get better from where we were at the beginning and now. And I did notice from BOY to MOY that teachers reported feeling more comfortable with the pacing. They still are struggling with it, but they're feeling more comfortable with it. Again, bilingual support is a piece. There are scaffolds in the lesson for emergent bilinguals, but our teachers report that they feel they're not enough, that they're having to add additional scaffolds themselves to ensure that students are being able to understand and comprehend the lessons. And then finally, there's a piece on star alignment that came up, and I would like to point out, not to steal away Mr. Smith's thunder, because he's going to talk to you about the unit assessments, but what we're seeing is that there is alignment between our unit assessments. We're seeing growth in the learning that's happening from one unit assessment to the other, and also when you look at our star scores from spring 2025, our percentages are very much aligned. So we feel like the alignment is certainly there, but that is a piece that we understand that parents and teachers still see a need and a concern, and that is something that we're looking at different ways to address that, to give additional opportunities for practice for students. Oh, let me back up. had one more. A couple of blows here. Professional development. Our teachers, particularly and school leaders, were very complimentary of the first class experience they received by our elementary language arts department in terms of training, implementation guidance, their availability to answer questions. In addition to structured PD, Mr. Smith and his team have conducted coffee chats where they're optional. They're a virtual little, chat and chew where you can log in during your lunch break and ask questions and just have the availability to be there and answer questions for them. So they truly praise that. And we talked about the rigidity and the pacing, and finally I'm going to wrap up with the remediation and acceleration, and we do see that as an area for growth and for opportunities for us. Our deeper implementation is year 2, which is coming next year, and that is going to be a big focus for us. Now that we feel like teachers are comfortable with the lessons, it's time to really start looking at student work product and to be able to become more targeted and more strategic in our small group differentiated learning there. In this slide, what I wanted to share with you all is that the surveys are just one piece of many pieces of data that we've analyzed. In just a moment, Melinda Stewart, our Director of School Improvement, is going to come up and talk to you about our new NWEA MAP assessment and what that data is showing us. Mr. Smith is going to come up and he's going to talk to you about our UAs, our unit assessments, and some of the correlations that we're seeing with STAR. And we're going to wrap up with our progress with our House Bill 3 goals. Melinda will come back up, and then Dr. Upshaw will drive it home and give you some next steps.
All right, good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board. I get the exciting portion to talk about MAP. It's new to our district this year. We piloted last year and now have an amazing tool, thanks to the board, that is diagnostic, and it is able to tell us how students are learning over time. We've not had this previously, and it's incredible to see the ways that we can use this within our campus to grow our students. I'll say, as a parent, I love getting my son's report, and I'm in it looking to just see how he's growing over time. And that's what it's about. It's all about our students making progress with the instruction, what things that we need to shift and change in order to provide the best instruction for all of our students. And so thank you again. MAP has been that for our district, and it will continue to be. Because remember, at middle of the year, or beginning of the year, we set our baseline. Middle of the year is when the exciting part happened, is we got to see growth. Because you have 2 points to be able to measure, and so I get to walk through that data with you. Remember, MAP just is a computer adaptive test that, based on how a student answers, it determines what the next question is for them. So no student will see exactly the same test. And that's the beauty of the adaptiveness behind it. It'll set different pathways for students, and it allows us to, on the outcome side, it allows us to differentiate instruction in ways that we haven't, because in most times we give everybody the same 42 questions, we see the same. This test is not like that. And so it's been pretty revolutionary for our campuses, and I think as we continue to learn the new pieces and new things that we can see with it, we'll get even better at using this data to drive our instruction. So that being said, this test we administer 3 times a year. As I said, we're already into our second administration. We administer beginning of the year, middle of the year. This helps us to just monitor that student growth over time. It fulfills our state academic requirement for, screeners, so we use those in also all of our screening data for students. It's given in English and Spanish as appropriate for each individual student. As I said, we're in our second year of implementation. Remember, last year we piloted with some campuses, and they're even steps ahead of where. So it's going to be exciting to just see over time what this information provides. I was out at Gordon Reed, and they're able to jump into their data even at a different rate because their students have had a year of experience. So that piece. We've had flawless implementation. It, in the wisdom of of having a pilot and learning all the bugs and working those out, this pilot, when we went K through 8, was extremely flawless and has just gotten better, as we continue to give it. So it also has a linking study to STAR. It doesn't predict a student's score for STAR, but there is a linking study that says if a student scored this on their RIT score, it would most likely mean this for STAR. So it'll say, if a RIT score is this, it could be masters. So that linking study has done, and they just updated it so it's even more correlated and appropriate for us to use that. So what does MAP measure? MAP measures a student's performance against the national norms. And so it looks at a large data set of students across the U.S., and that data set is used when it applies the norms for our students. So it compares a student's score to the students in the same grade across the country who have taken the MAP assessment. So when we start to look at our scores, we're going to talk a little bit about each of these different quartiles. And when you look at the next slide, you're going to see our English scores in quartiles. And so the blue is the highest quartile. And this is looking at students who performed in the 81st to 99th percentile and so forth. And you can see high, average, average, low. And so when we look at students, we want most of our students to be in those top 2 quartiles. And spoiler alert, we are headed in that direction. So I'm excited to share that information with you. So when you look at the data here, you're able to see from beginning of the year till middle of the year, and a lot of times we say boy to moi, so I'm gonna make, so from beginning of the year till middle of the year, you've seen our median achievement percentile show a positive trend upward. So looking across, do you see at that highest percentile, beginning of the year, we had 22%, middle of the year, it's at 26. And so you're seeing that trend across all of those, moving our students into the higher quartiles. Remember, our English data does include English language learners. We also have Spanish data, but the English language learners are given it in English and Spanish. So that's included in the English scores that you're seeing. Reading achievement growth is evident with students increasingly represented in the upper quartiles. If you look at that at middle of the year, 52% of our students are in the top 2 quartiles. And so that's that highest and high average. We've got 52% of our students in those top 2 quartiles. Looking at our Spanish, it again still trends in that positive direction in that, across, we're seeing students from beginning of the year till middle of the year moving up those quartiles. And so that tells us that our Spanish achievement growth is evident with students increasingly moving in that direction. So some big overall things for us to kind of take away is that from boy to moi, we had a 3-point jump in our English achievement. And then from boy to moi, a 4-point jump in our Spanish achievement. Another exciting piece is that the median growth achievement exceeds the national average. So Conroe ISD is exceeding the national average for that median growth achievement. Our middle of the year data reflects 1/4 of our CISD students reaching that highest quartile right off of the bat. Our district growth exceeds national growth. These are all things that are incredibly exciting. You celebrated students in many different ways. This is another celebration of how our students are performing. And I believe that this is just the tip of the iceberg. And that as we learn to use this data even more, we will continue to see our students moving into those top quartiles. As I said, as a parent and as an educator, it is exciting because we have this tool. Thank you to the board for bringing that we can look deeper into how students are performing and make sure that we're providing excellent education for all students. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Smith to talk about Bluebonnet.
Good evening, everyone. President Odenweller, members of the board. I'm going to talk to you about the unit assessments that come with Bluebonnet. And what I'll try to do is help you picture in your head what they look and feel like first. Bluebonnet as a curricular package has several different assessment options built into it. Some are paper-based, some are electronic. We formed a guiding coalition latter part of last school year to help us make decisions about which options would be best for our students and teachers in Conroe. And they opted for the electronic version of these unit assessments. There are about 10 of them per grade level. They start at kindergarten. Each assessment is attached to a unit of study. A unit of study in Bluebonnet usually has a kind of theme to it. So when you look at a pacing calendar for any given grade level, you'll see 10 themes spread across the year. And those themes are often centered around a science topic or a social studies topic, but make no mistake about it, there's a heavy focus on literacy content. It's just that the literacy content is being delivered through the conduit of something engaging in the world of science or social studies. The culmination of those units is an assessment. And they're star aligned. They look and feel like smaller versions of the STAR test in the upper grades. Lower grade levels, they look different. They're more based on listening comprehension than reading comprehension. They're all pre-built. The state provides them to us. What we do is upload them into Eduphoria, which is our data management and testing platform that we utilize that allows the kids to access the tests. And ultimately, we do have the ability to add items if we want to, based on feedback. So for example, one decision that was made fairly recently was to, in the tested grade levels, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, to add an extended constructed response, which is a kind of written essay piece that sometimes is present in the tests that the state gave us, and at other times is not. And the feedback we heard pretty overwhelmingly from our campuses was we want to see that more consistently, because we know that's something the kids are going to see on the STAR test in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So the one adjustment we've made to these assessments is we've added extended constructive responses, those little essays, a little bit more consistently. But otherwise, we're giving the tests as is. I'm going to show you some data here, and this is English scores. I'll orient you to the chart you see there. You see the grade levels in the left-hand column. And then next to that, you see 2025 STAR, and I'll come back to that in a moment and explain why I put that there. On the far right, those are the percent scores, the average percent score for those particular grade levels. So if you think of it this way, we're about 6 to 7 unit assessments in, depending on the grade level. 6 or 7 tests given over the course of this year, on average about 1 a month. And if you just look at the percentage of questions the kids got right and average them together, that's what you have on the right-hand column there. So on average, when a kindergartner is taking their unit assessments, they're getting about 59% of the questions correct, which takes us now to that middle column. You might be wondering, I say, what does STAR have to do with that? It's simply a point of comparison. It's to help us anchor the data on the right in some kind of objective reality. I took one math class in college, just one. I was a little nervous about it, and I only remember one thing from it, and that was the professor saying one day something about data that's always stuck with me. He said, data out of context is meaningless. Like, if someone just hands you percentages and says, here, make something out of this, unless you have something to compare the data to, you can tell yourself any story you want. And so what we're trying to do here is show that 59% for kindergarten, when compared to what 3rd graders were doing on the STAR test last spring, 54%, they got about 54% of the questions right. That's actually pretty impressive. Developmentally, a 5 and 6-year-old answering 59% of the questions correctly is pretty good. And so you can see how we've done from K all the way up to 5. Again, just for context, You see kindergarten, 54% in that middle column, first grade, 54%, second grade, 54%. Where did I get that number from? There is no STAR test in kindergarten. There is no STAR test in first grade. I just took third grade and used that because it's the most proximate grade level. It's the best data we could draw from. So that's English. That's how we're doing in English. And what jumps out, I think, obviously, is the correlation. You know, the percentages match up pretty closely. So suggests a couple of things. I think one is the rigor of the tests is pretty close to the rigor of a STAR test. And I think the second thing is the performance of our kids is, over the course of this year, on these unit assessments, pretty consistent with what we see at the end of the year on STAR. That's in English. And then you see the corresponding numbers for Spanish here. And again, we see a little bit more variance in the percentages from that middle column to the right-hand column, but overall, not too much variance there. One thing I will point out is I mentioned that these unit assessments came with the curricular package of Bluebonnet. It's something the state gave us. That is not true for Spanish. They did not give us tests for Spanish. And the reason is Spanish, until recently, was in a pilot. And that is just one of the pieces of the Spanish pilot materials they had not developed yet at the state level. So what our bilingual ESL department has been doing all year is taking the English assessments that the state gave us, and they've been transadapting them. Transadapting means, you know, they're translating directly where they can, but in some cases, like in the case of a poem, you know, it's really hard to translate a poem word for word and it still look and feel like a poem. So they're adapting in that case. And that may account for some of the discrepancies in the data just because, you know, we didn't create these tests. I'm sorry, the state didn't create these tests, we did. And kudos to our team for doing that work. Finally, I'll say this. You know, one might look at those previous two slides that we just shared and draw the conclusion that it looks like our kids are going to perform quite well on STAR coming up this year, based on how they performed on these unit assessments up to this point. And I would just sort of caution us to maybe draw that conclusion in particular, because one thing the state has been very upfront about with these unit assessments is they're not meant to be projective in nature. Like, they're not designed to help us see how the kids are going to perform on STAR. They're just designed to help us see if the kids are mastering the content of each successive unit. Does that make sense? Right. So we want to be a little bit hesitant in the inferences we make about what the data is telling us. But I think we can cautiously say this, and this is what this data table is designed to illustrate. I think what we can cautiously say is the unit assessments have suggested that the kids on standardized tests are performing at least as well, if not a little bit better, than one would expect if you were to look at how they performed on STAR last year. Okay? So it's encouraging. And this is just one more way to illustrate that. You see the grade levels, of course, in the left-hand column there. You see the averages. You saw those numbers before. Those are for English. So that's how the kids are performing on the unit assessments cumulatively in third grade and in fourth and in fifth. And then what you see next to that is basically the range of percent scores you typically see for a STAR test in order for a kid to get the approaches level on STAR. And the approaches level on STAR is not ultimately where we want to be. We want to be at meets. But what it does is help you get a feel for how many kids are close to passing this test. And what we're seeing is, again, the data on the unit assessments is suggesting we're tracking in the right direction. I think we can safely draw that conclusion. So that's what we have so far. We've got another 3 or 4, depending on the grade level, UAs to go. And we'll continue to track the data, and it'll continue to inform our practice. That's what it's designed to do. So a couple of big picture conclusions I think we can draw now. One is we are seeing, and I think we saw it in the two slides I shared earlier, the one for English and the one for Spanish. Some consistency in the data across grade levels when compared to STAR. That's good. We're seeing the same kind of consistency in bilingual. Bigger picture, these UAs are providing us something we haven't really had before, and that is end-of-unit assessments that were designed by the same people that designed the curriculum. You know, we've been in a position in Conroe where we've had to create the end-of-unit assessments ourselves. And so what's being tested is truly what was being taught. And that's what a proactive diagnostic checkup really is supposed to be. And finally, they're 100% TEKS aligned. So every TEK that we will likely see on the STAR test in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade either has already been or will be tested on a UA at some point. So the kids will get all of that exposure in a testing format prior to April when they take the STAR test. And that's a good thing, then there will be no surprises. So that is the second type of assessment that we've talked through this evening, the first being MAP, the second being the unit assessments. And now Melinda's going to come back up, and Ms. Stewart will talk to you briefly about some of the implications for House Bill 3 and our early childhood literacy data.
All right. In your board brief coming up at the end of this week, you'll receive the full dashboard of the House Bill 3 update. The update I'm going to bring to you right now is on the early childhood literacy. And so just to kind of review, our early childhood progress measure was the percent of K-3 students reaching their MAP growth projection on the reading assessment will reach 55% by 2030. And I'm so excited for this next slide, because in all grade levels, our current goal for this year, you know, each year, remember, we set a small incremental goal to get us to that end goal. And MAP's new to us, and we were trying to, you know, with guidance say, because being at 51% is above the national norm. So our target was, let's be above the national norm. We're well above the national norm. If you look at the results for kinder through 3rd grade, our current goal of 51% was achieved across the board. And so, you know, that's a lot of things to celebrate, but it also probably has a lot of your wheels turning of, okay, so if we're there, what does that mean? This being a progress measure is different than our House Bill 3 goal in that it can be adaptive. And so it can be something that the board re-examines and looks at and says, so here's our current results. And we'll have even more information at end of the year to be able to say, okay, here's middle of the year growth and here's end of the year. So where do we want to land, you know, after that? So in encompassing all of this, it's another celebration that 37 of our 40 campuses are above the national growth projections. So where you saw, you know, for each grade level here, if we take it back to a campus level, which you will be able to see that on your board update that comes to you on Friday, 37 of our 40 campuses are above that national 51% average that we set already. So I got to share lots of fun, exciting, you know, information for us to celebrate and, you know, kind of cap it off with this.
Can we just clap for that? I feel like there needs to be a clap.
An amazing job of our team to be able to celebrate them. Also with us, they're not presenting, are Mr. Gilberto Lozano and Patricia Garza, that are our bilingual team that helped us create those tests. They have also helped us. So I wanted to recognize them that are sitting next to us. Thank you for their work. So I get the privilege to be able to wrap this component up before I turn it back over to Dr. Vincent. So President Odenweller, members of the board, we have the ultimate privilege to be able to be in the ear of the creators of Bluebonnet. And that would be probably because we are the largest school district in the state of Texas that's implementing it. We didn't pilot it in a couple of schools. We went completely wide with all the grade level implementations. And that was what the teacher voice had told us when we had that decision with the guiding coalition. So they are literally on the phone with us. Every time there's kind of a hiccup, we're either texting or calling or emailing somebody and letting them know what are our current recommendations. There are some things that are recommendations that we have been able to do within the time frame, right? Can we do this? Can we adjust that? There's an error here, so on and so forth. Or hey, by the way, did you consider? Those recommendations have happened, and then there's things that are going to be long-term recommendations for what they are calling Blue Bonnet 2.0. Right? Anytime any publisher creates a curriculum, as you can imagine, there's going to be hiccups along the way. And it's until you really put it into the hands of the people that are in the field and say, how is this truly working? So some of the things that we have given them a feedback to them, you received a list of the full feedback that we have provided the commissioner. This is a list that our curriculum team provided to Dr. Vincent. He's had a one-on-one conversation with the commissioner about how that can be something that we do discuss. And I want to give you kind of a summary of that. The timeliness of delivery. This has a lot to do with the materials, right? You know, one thing that we realized, we came really quick. Tonight you ratified the TEAC certification. So you know Wendy Tisdale, she does all the money for our materials and also gets it delivered and here in time. So being able to do that in March, today, that means we can get Spanish materials ordered as soon as we sign, possibly tomorrow, because that is important, awesome, for us to be able to have that. One thing that we realized was a hiccup, being that we were the largest school district, they waited to fill our order. I didn't think they realized that even though we had done it quick, that was gonna be a hiccup. The pacing reconsideration, you had heard from, from Darren Carla about a lot of that feedback that was coming from the community. This curriculum is created for 180 days. We've talked about that before, right? And there are pause points. The traditional average of school days of instruction is not 180 days. And although the curriculum has pause points, you have to consider that the curriculum is about this thick and this wide, right? And so is it be able to cut down and reduce some of that's required in the lessons so that we can have those pause points throughout and not feel that you're rushing some of those considerations. What we can do though, however, internally as a school district, when we first implemented the curriculum, because we don't want to wait till Blue Bonnet 2.0, right? We have learned out of all because we wanted to implement it with fidelity, but we can now step back and go, when we look at all the lessons and look at our performance on UAs, we might not have to do this one. Does that make sense? We can do that and not miss any of the fidelity of implementation. You heard acceleration and remediation resources. One thing that I have desperately asked the commissioner, the associate commissioner, all the folks, is that when we did away with certain resources with House Bill 1605, we waited on pins and needles with the State Board of Education in November to give us any kind of reading interventions to be able to offer. Nothing made the list in high quality instructional materials. Nothing. And so now that we have House Bill 1605, we had to remove some of those resources. There is a gap of what we have available for Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention resources. And we are hoping that is something that is on the list and that will make something at this next session for the State Board of Education, but that is something with the implementation of high quality instructional materials. Remember, there was only 2 resources last year, Blue Bonnet and Savas, that made it. We were hoping this year other publishers made it, but we were hoping that they would have remediation resources. So that is a gap right now that we do not have. The material appearance. We have had so much influence and feedback that even the Blue Bonnet math, when it came to our showcase, looked, guess what? It was in a box, right? So we spent countless amount of resources, and some of you helped us unpack and put stickers on our campuses because it was so important to us that there was a group of teachers, when we had a group of 36 teachers come to TAC and decide, how do you want it? And we spent the money internally, so it was so important that when we gave this material, it looked valuable and like a great resource. So packaging is important. The support resources we've talked about, we need to beef up bilingual and ESL and special ed support within the resource. And then also, what's also really important that we've talked to TA about is building confidence with stakeholders. There's a lot of misnomers, right, and a lot of lack of clarity. One of those big clarities is what Darren Carlisle addressed with, we get a lot of feedback that the curriculum's too hard, that the vocabulary is too hard. You heard Dr. Vincent give you the research of the written tested curriculum. You heard what Robert Marzano tells us with guaranteed viable curriculum. In order for children to learn vocabulary successfully, they have to hear those words 30 to 40 times. So if you want to be confident with science TEKS and what those concepts are in third grade, you have to hear it more than one time in third grade. And so that doesn't mean you have to learn how to read it or spell it. You can be exposed to it. So that is what this curriculum has, and any high quality instructional material has. This is not explicit to Bluebonnet. It's something that's important that we need to go out and speak that so that people can hear it, right? Our biggest thing that we've learned as educators is when children are not reading on reading level, we want to say, well, you need to stay here. They need to hear you teach here so that they can aspire to that. It's important for you to model it as a teacher so you make that movie in their mind so that when they go independently, that they can do that themselves. And this part of presentation, being able to go out there and be able to have surveys, openly go out there in our transition plan that we have done for this. We have been so transparent and said, give us the good, the great, and give us what we really need to work on. Because if we don't hear that from parents and teachers and leaders, then we're not going to build that confidence. We need to hear it so that we can be able to do that. And I think what also can help, not only the state, but us, since we're the largest implementer of the curriculum, is when you're seeing these results. In the first year, and we're not done yet. So it is a very proud moment to be able to share that with you today. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Vincent.
One of the things I think it's really important to mention is the growth. When you talk about, where the goal was 54%, even from the unit assessments. And when we took the sixth assessment, we were at or near or above that area. And so when you think about that, we're ending we're showing end of year growth at the middle of the year, which is a really good thing. And we're not going to sit on those laurels. One of the things that we're going to do is, George W. Bush one time said it was the bigotry of low expectations. We're going to have incredibly high expectations for our kids. And so what we do with that is we've got to continue to grow. And so because we have the ability and we are where we are in this whole process, I want to drive our curriculum the way we want it, and that we can help manipulate, do, plan, and then produce the kind of material that are going to be best for our teachers, best for our kids, and that it's going to be Conroeized to take everybody to the next level. Because what we're going to do here will change Texas. I really do believe that. And so we're going to start with a Texas Bluebonnet playbook. We got a grant to do that. It's going to be super cool because what we do here, we're going to teach other people the playbook of how it's going to work. And it's pretty cool when you're the standard, right? And the other thing is this. As a part of really having a say-so in Texas curriculum, Dr. Upshaw has now been named to one of the 10 members of the Texas Council of Academic Officers Nobody clapped for me. And the thing is that, but for that, no, I'm just teasing. The point is that really it's so cool because we're going to be able to shift, change, and direct curriculum. Because if you get in the front end, we're not left at the back end of what we don't want, right? And so that's super important. And then the thing is this, I keep talking to you about audits, and we're in the middle of this. And this is Carrie Gain. Carrie Gain was with me and Wiley, and is the best instructional analyst and auditor that I've ever experienced. And, love her family, love her kids, but really I love this lady because she presents and provides information that are going to be truly amazing, helpful resources to show where we have some exposure, but more importantly, where we can grow in some areas. And so Carrie is now the Deputy Director at Region 13. And with that process, she's going to drill down to a couple of different things, because in those analytics, you're going to see district accountability, the district data analytics to see where we're at and what we're at, just like we've done here tonight, the campus data analysis in terms of the processes where you're at individually, because we want everybody to be at the top. CCMR, college career and military readiness, the graduation rate, school improvement framework. All of these things are the drivers of our plan to have academic achievement. And the first stop is actually knowing where you are. As I told Christy, let's see how much money we have in the checkbook. And she doesn't care about that as much as I do. But the thing is this, so without data, all you have is an opinion. And so you start by comparison analysis as it relates to where all the other places are. These are the 10 largest school districts in Texas. We're number 7. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of those schools that we want to compare ourselves to. But one of the things that I've always had a vision towards is that, when I got to Wiley, we were achieving it at below middle. And so I said, we want to beat Plano. And I said, we'll never beat Plano. Well, when we beat Plano, I said, we're going to beat Allen. 2 years we beat Allen. And then the next time we were on part of the exact same scores as Frisco, which is, the things that we're going to show. And so what we're going to do is compare ourselves to the best, because I want to be the best. Our teachers deserve it, our kids deserve it, and we have the street cred to do this, and the people to do it. And if you saw those amazing kids today, our buildings are chock full of them. I mean, it is fun being there, and we have the teachers to support us and have the horsepower to make it happen. It's going to be amazing. And the thing is that in that process, our goal is to really have a 90, an A rating by the year 2027. Now, yeah, well, the thing is this: at the end of the day, it's not only that, but how are we going to make that happen? And I really believe in our people, and I believe in our kids, and I believe in the rigor that we've done, and we've taken situations and we make the best out of what we're doing. And so this drive to 90 won't be easy. And you know what? Somebody says, why do you put stuff out there? If you fail, you fail. But I'm going to grow, and if we don't do it, we're going to continue to try that way. I mean, it's taken me longer to do everything, but at the end of the day, I really believe that we can do it. And I think if we expect the best, we're going to get the best. And so the thing is that how do we do that? Because we can wish. Hope is wish. We need to hope for things, and that means tomorrow can be better than today, and we believe that it can happen. And so she says that we really need to have some really low fruit that we can probably fix some stuff. Our star performance, our dropout rate, graduation rate, our leadership staffing trends. There's a few examples. Now, you're going to get the whole report at the beginning of February, and we'll give that to you. But I mean, here's where we're starting. Dave, let's think about these things. The thing about it is that she also says that we really need to look at what we're doing, that we really need to be looking at our fidelity of our assessments, implementation. We're really good at what we do. We just need to continue to get better at that, of making sure that all the tests that we have are similar. The monitoring of Domain 2 in terms of closing the gaps for performance, those are an easy thing that we can do as far as making sure they're there. And then the English proficiency, TELPAS, we're going to get better at playing the game of TELPAS, and it's a game that you have to win, but if you could plan for that, and that doesn't make a bit of sense to you, but it will when we start talking about it. And so the thing is this: we start with our targeted schools. And the one thing about our school district is that we are great at we play whack-a-mole. We get these school districts in, and then they go back out. What we need to do is have a sustainable process and a plan with a playbook and a stable curriculum that's going to get us out of that. So we never have to worry about those kind of things again. And these campuses can do great things, and they do great things. And with our help, they're going to be amazing. And the thing about it is that when you look at that data, she's going to bring to us things like this. That when we look and design what we do, this curriculum plan, that we look at where growth is happening. And if you know something that, I don't know if you know how much about this is, but in 5th and 6th grade is where the most new material for math is ever introduced. I think it's 60+%. And then in 7th and 8th grade, it's not supposed to be that much. But in reverse, our kids continue to lag a little bit, and in the process when they get to the 8th grade. And so one of the things we've really got to do is focus our efforts towards it. And one of the things that I love about Paula Kapliski is that she's going to be able to, she said, we really need that specific help. And we need for our 5th through 8th grade intermediate and middle schools to be able to own that curriculum and to get the kind of support. Because our modelhood system right now is so general, we don't have people who own middle school. And they need to own middle school, because our middle school people, can you imagine having to deal with 5th through 8th graders all the time? They need our support. We've been there, and that was my favorite grades. The other thing is that when you look at our process of EOCs, when we start comparing ourselves, we know what we can do, and we can do it better. With regard to meets and masters, in our history meets and masters, guys, there's chances that we can work through this and we can get a lot better quickly. I mean, these are very reachable plans, and if you look at our kids can do it. But we're going to have to be tight, we're going to be focused, we're going to be fast, and we're going to be ready, and we're going to do it that's going to encourage people, not drain them. And then in the process of this is that, our dropout rate. When you look at it, we need to look at our dropout rate, and the thing is a lot of this is just how we're coding people. Sometimes they're leaving and we're not taking care of it. We're going to get better. It's just details, guys. It's not really dropouts, it's really where they're going, and so that we get tagged with it. We're going to get better at that, because that's just an essential easy pickings. And then with the process of the graduation rates and the dropout rates. And one of the things we've got to do is we've got to really work really strategically with Washington and learn how to optimize the process and plan to do that, and maybe have an A day and a B schedule. So a lot of our Washington kids have to work. Can we have a morning period, school and an afternoon school? And you get twice as many kids. We have a ton of 5th-year seniors, or fifth, like third-year freshmen at some of our campuses. If we can get them focused and organized and on the way, especially in an alternative environment, if we can double the kids in, they're going to achieve. It was a better success. And then the thing is that when we look at those graduation rates, our goal is to get them as quickly as we possibly can, and then to look at the coding, look at the processes, and I mean, those are easy ways. Focus us. We've got the people that can take care of that. And if you look at Katy, which is a really high-achieving school district, we're already right there. And the thing is that the CCMR. CCMR is a game we play, but we're going to get good at it because it's how you code and how you put people in. But the other thing is that there's standards that, if a kid loves a senior out, if you've not met CCMR, maybe you don't get to have your senior out. That's torture a little bit, but it's effective torture. And so in that process, you can get better and they'll get motivated to get that CCMR because sometimes you just meet a measure and you can get it. And the thing is that the one thing that we really need to focus on efforts towards now, and I'm going to have Dr. Landry talk a little bit about this, is our campus principal experience. It's declining. We need experienced leaders that stay there and can provide that kind of assistance, right? And so when you look at those kind of things, we just need to, we need to start monitoring things so that we can find ways to gauge it. And I'm really proud of our leadership staff that's been taking a really hard look at that about what we need and really focusing our attention towards hiring principals that are instructional leaders. And if you really look at this, our average years of experience went from almost 8 years to about 4.5. Now, sometimes youth is not the worst thing, but I mean, that experience should help. And then if you really look at this, I think that we can say all these kind of things, but what we've got to do is create gears and processes and leadership to experience it. And when we think about this is that we want, when a campus comes into us, when a principal needs us to look, well, it won't do it. How can I click that?
It's so good too.
Come on, Andrew, figure out a way to help me out, buddy.
It's so good.
It's worth it. Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, okay, so while we're talking amongst ourselves, I just want to state, I want to give a quote to one of your team leads on this.
Yeah.
Dr. Upshaw told TEA in the very beginning, CISD would be their best Bluebonnet implementation district in the state.
Well, now we're doing it.
And there they are.
And the thing is, we want leadership to look like this, and because this is what they've been doing. So when a teacher needs something, it looks like this.
Turn it up.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
So the gas
That's
can
them
can't be over somewhere else. That's what we have to do. We have to be that school where somebody comes in and needs us, the teacher needs us, the principals are prepared to help the teachers. You're here to help the principals to get better and grow. I mean, it's just hyper important. And so I'm going to ask Dr. Landry to give you a few minutes about what we're doing to grow our leaders.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Vincent. When we started this journey together in May, if you had told me we would be where we are, I would have been optimistic because that's who I am. But I know how hard we've had to work to get here. We have many irons in the fire, but they're all burning. They're all working, and I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the folks sitting behind me who have worked diligently through all of the transition and all of the things that we've gone through. They have shown up every day with a smile on their face, with a large heart for our students and our teachers. They just love our teachers, and that's what we're here for. And our campus administrators, and their focus is in that area. So to give them the kudos is very, very appropriate because they've done a tremendous amount of work, and they've done it in a desert of systems and procedures. They really have, and they've done it just with hard work, with diligence and perseverance, and they've been just fantastic to work with. I'm so blessed to be able to have worked with them and continue to do so. But we are shooting for an A, and we're going to do it through, the drive. So we're going to data-driven, relationship-focused through instructional leadership, and I'm going to use a Ron Morrison word, vigor to achieve. The effort, the desire is there, and all through our district, from our parents and our students and our teachers, the vigor is there, and every child, every day. All does truly mean all, and we're going to continue to work with that. So here is the current structure that supports the work in the classroom and the teachers. And again, all of these people are fantastic people who work tremendously hard. But what we have are systems that are they're a bit disjointed. There's no continuity, and they're not strategically focused enough to do what we need to do. Dr. Vincent has said from the beginning, our job is to be fanatical service and support for our teachers in the classroom on a daily basis. And when you watch that race car video, there's the right front wheel has 3 guys just for it. And one guy takes the lug nut off, one takes the old tire, one puts the new tire on, and the lug nut goes back on, and they're done in under 3 seconds. And that's the way we need to be. We need to be very strategically focused. We have to have people who are dedicated to what they do at a very, very high level and can provide immediate support to our campus principals, which will then get to the classroom where it is tremendously needed. So the future structure, when we're still in the middle of this, but this is where we are headed. So again, the focus is the teachers in the classroom. And they're going to look to their principals when they need something and they hit that snag, or they see a need, or they see a way to really push those kids forward. They're going to look to their campus principals, and then it's going to shift to us, and we're the pit crew at that point. And it's the engine that's going to drive that is going to be the assistant superintendent of schools, and those campus principals are going to go directly there, and it will be a single point of contact. And it's going to funnel right directly to the classrooms, to the teachers where it needs. They're going to be supported by operations and finance, because you can't do anything without them. And then the assistant superintendents of schools will have at their disposal curriculum and instruction people, and not just any curriculum and instruction, but people who will own the curriculum at the level that it is needed. They will be specialists. They will be experts in that particular level. So when that 5th grade teacher needs something, we'll have a 5th grade expert who can provide that for them. And then in addition, we will have our school improvement people who not only understand the way it works, but they will understand it vertically, and they will be able to go out to the campuses and provide that boots on the ground support for the principals and for the teachers, to show them, to help them, to discuss it with them, to strategize with them, and just really have a strategic point of focus for the specific needs of those students, those individual children in that individual classroom, that the teachers, because we're held responsible for individual improvement for each student, and that's the way we need to support our teachers, because they are doing it right now as best as they can, and we can do a lot to help that process, and that is our goal, and we're going to pursue it fanatically, right? So expect that from us, and hold us to that, because that is our goal. We've said it out loud to the principals. We're going to continue to say it out loud to the principals, that our teachers are our main focus at all times. So this is a work in progress. We're definitely building this plane while we're flying it, but we are doing a great job in making some serious progress to it. So again, our objectives: a single level of accountability that comes directly through one source, subject area ownership instead of just hazmat support, or it'll be way more proactive than we are reactive. A subject area focus based on grade level expertise. We're going to have experts in these places who can provide that support. And then we'll have development, we'll have intervention systems in place. So when it doesn't go to plan, that we are ready to right there scoop them up, whether it's teacher, student, administrator, and move them forward. And at the same time, while all this is going on, we'll have a very focused, dedicated professional development program for our leaders, for our instructional leaders, our principals and our associate principals, to make sure that they are keeping pace with what we're going to be asking them to do. Okay. All right. So now it's my my privilege to be able to introduce Mr. Ron Morrison with the Docentes Group.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good evening, everyone. How are y'all? Good. Okay, I'm gonna keep the time moving, right? I'm only gonna talk for 25 minutes per topic, so just bear with me. No, seriously, one thing that Dr. Vinson talked about early on was the history. One thing he did not mention to you when he talked about the free-for-all in the classrooms that went on when I was a kid in the 80s and the 80s, the last century, was in the late 80s, there was an assessment given to teachers called the TCAT because of the free-for-all that went on in the classrooms. And that TCAT, which you may not even was aware, was this mandated test that every teacher and administrator in the state of Texas had to take because Governor White didn't believe the standards of education were where they needed to be, and he wanted those standards to be proven before he asked the state for new money. So the TCAT was developed and implemented, and I had friends, because that was around my first year of teaching, I had friends that lost their job because they couldn't pass that test. And these were people that had been teaching in the classroom 5, 10, 15 years. So when he describes that picture to you, that's a very accurate picture. And you know, we didn't even go to school in the same town, but I had a very similar experience to what he described. So why am I saying that? So you met me a couple of months back and we started talking about three things: teacher, student, content. That was my very first discussion with you. We just talked about that real gently, and then we started talking about relationship, relevance, and expertise in that. And so some of you have asked me over time, well, when do we start rolling this forward? Well, you're here. This is what you're doing right now. You're rolling relevance, relationship, and expertise through your curriculum concept. And compliments to y'all. Compliments to the work you've done. A couple of things that I see in the value, voice, vigor, because that goes with that Texas standard. I see that Texas standard up there, and I want to invite you to get used to 3 words: value, voice, vigor. What does that look like when it's happening? So in your curriculum alignment, you're moving towards a system-wide state of consistency and not isolated excellence. You catch what I just said there? System-wide consistency, and in that you bring value, because you're protecting student outcomes through consistent and reliable delivery systems. You heard Dr. Ted talk about the systems desert, right? When you look at our report, and I hope you have, you're going to see that the number one indicator on our report was people know what their mission is here. They know. And the second statement right after that is, but there's noise in the way. And the noise is what he just said, that system desert, this inconsistency, this variability. So the second thing I see in this curriculum, and where this is going to apply in other areas, is that your student growth data confirms what we thought to be true, right? What I saw tonight confirms that the concept of education is moving correctly, but what is needed is system stability. And that brings vigor, and that's sustaining the momentum through disciplined and repeated execution. And that's the key in what I'm picking up that they're talking about tonight. The third point I want to make on this is when you are talking about assessment systems and how it's been laid out tonight, you're shifting measurement tools to instructional drivers. And there's a difference. You can assess a kid all day long, but until you take that data of measurement and flip it into an instructional driver, you're spinning your wheels. And that is also value. That's ensuring that systems function as intended to support teaching and learning, and for no other reason. 2 more. Identified growth. The areas that you spotted the growth, that points to where the friction is in the system. It's not directional misalignment. It's not that at all. It is the need to define and move. But something interesting, I don't know if you caught this, they've been talking to teachers. They asked teacher input. That's voice. And that's really, really critical. And that clarifies those expectations and reduces variability within the teaching community. And it puts guardrails on the educational process. Okay? And that's the other thing that you saw in our report was the need for guardrails. And this, what you've gone through tonight, puts those guardrails on. Last one. So when you start talking about prioritizing strengths and where you're going, you're really taking vigor and you're balancing momentum, because we talked about fast pace. Dr. Vincent said it's going to roll. So you're balancing momentum with sustainability, and that will reduce friction over time. So I think you're on the right path. I'm looking forward. I'm hoping to get to come back to you and go into more detail on my report. But our report is a driver into what you've just gone through. You can see it and touch it. It crosses over. So congratulations to y'all on putting all that together. And I'm super excited where you're going, but tonight is one of the very first concepts where we get to talk about what the Texas standard really looks like when it starts to move. Okay? Thank you.
The cool part about that is that Ron is complete coherence. When we started, this is what people are saying. These are the thousands of data points. They're saying the same thing that we need to say. And it's cool because it's happening together. And, you know, when we look at that, our strategy are these 4 things. And I mean, those are all in complete concert with what Ron says are important. And not what Ron says is important, what our stakeholders say are important, you know, as far as our teachers and our leaders and our community. And so the thing is this, is that I think I lost a slide, but the thing is that I really do believe that we're going to be able to move some needles. We're already moving needles. We just need to keep that focused effort and directions towards there. So I know that this has been an action-packed presentation, and now I'm here to answer any question, or I'm going to probably just defer it to about 90% of the time to there. So.
Before we start on questions, because I'm sure we have a multitude of them with all that we've just taken in, I wanted to just take a moment to reflect on how far we've come as a group and as a team. As it was already stated, we've been through a lot of transition and a lot of change and a lot, just the desert of systems and processes and everything. And I just want to say that in the 3.5 years ago, we were told when Trustee Nelson and Trustee Dungan and I got here that an A rating really wasn't very realistic for our district because it's changed so much and it's grown so much, and that all it took was one campus to not make us an A district. But I've always believed in y'all, and I know this board believes in you. And we've believed that with high quality instructional curriculum and outstanding educators that we already had and are growing on, and great leadership on our campuses that are continuing to be grown and developed and mentored, and the right support services for our teachers, that we absolutely could reach that goal. And so the progress we're seeing today in only one semester, with everything else we've been dealing with and doing here in this district on top of it, but the growth that we've seen in one semester with this new leadership and curriculum, 37 out of 40 campuses have exceeded expectations at this point, and at the mid-year mark, and shows that it's possible when everyone is aligned and around student success, what can happen. And I just commend you all and your teams. So let's keep up this momentum and going and continue supporting our teachers and campuses, and let's drive to 90 and 27. Questions?
Yes, ma'am.
I was noticing that, sorry, did this turn? Yeah. I was noticing that on slide 26, we have our Bluebonnet unit assessments for K through 5. Then on slide 32, I noticed our MOI map results were only K through 3. And when I looked at the map results, it looked like the observed growth started to fall going grades 3 through 5
I'm going to let Belinda
with our
say.
RIT scores. So I was wondering what's happening there and why it doesn't align with our Bluebonnet unit assessments. This one isn't on a slide, it's the RIT growth, the student summary from the MAP test. But the K through 3 aligned with what I had, but then on slide 32, it only went K through 3, we didn't have 4 and 5. But we're doing Bluebonnet K through 5, right? Yeah.
So was it the House Bill 3 update of why we only updated?
I believe so. Let me go back to the 32 and see what it's titled. Yeah, House Bill 3 update. So K through 3 MOI, it looks like it goes K through, yeah, just K through 3, but we didn't have 4 and 5 on there.
Because for House Bill 3, it stops at 3rd grade, so
Stops there.
we can provide, I mean, all of it. It was just the House Bill 3 update is grades 3 and below.
Okay,
Yeah, it'd be good because then it would align with, we could kind of see how it was comparing to Bluebonnet.
Mm-hmm.
Because I noticed that there was a bit of a decline in our RIT scores from starting in, it looks like third and it goes through fifth. And then at fifth, our observed growth falls below our projected growth. So I was just kind of wondering what's happening with that one.
So, in that, I know that a presentation was sent out prior to this one. Are you looking at those data sets?
No, just our RIT data I had the RIT data in my files.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as, those are conversations, when I was telling you that as we continue to dig into MAP, that exact chart of where, like, you're seeing observed growth versus national norms and all of the, are conversations that we're having on campuses.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, so that is a piece that we are looking at. As far as, you know, knowing, I have all those charts right here too, as we were looking through different campuses. But there is work to be done, you know, across. There is lots of celebrations because this is talking about just growth.
Mm-hmm.
But when, you know, talking about for all kiddos and where they started and where they're going on like RIT scores, yeah, there is definitely work to be done in those conversations to be had that we've never been able to kind of chart every student's RIT growth over time.
I was just curious about it because it looks like if you go to slide 26 with our Bluebonnet assessments, those were all really, really great, and they were, I guess, above our STAR projections, and they're both supposed to align with STAR, right?
So Bluebonnet, and I don't want to answer for Mark, but I mean, Bluebonnet is going to be a period of time. Bluebonnet and MAP are going to be assessing different pieces. Bluebonnet's assessing the curriculum that was taught. And so MAP is a more comprehensive adaptive test. So those are two different types of assessments.
Okay. But they both have some predictive value for STAR. Did I understand that correctly?
Bluebonnet, that's where he was saying is that there is lenses that you can look at it, but it's not predictive of STAR.
It's not.
And it is not. And then for MAP, there's a linking study that would say if a student, it doesn't predict that, you know, Cohen Stewart's going to make this on STAR. It'll say that a student who typically scores this RIT level would typically make masters. So it's not necessarily predicting exactly that this RIT score means this. It's a linking study that's done.
Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering if those aligned or how they align.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We did use it with campuses. You know, so when we looked at the predictive piece of where it said that students ended, we looked at what could we do to change that outcome for students. So at middle of the year, if it predicted a student to be at approaches and we were noticing that their growth wasn't at the rate that we wanted to, that's when we dug in and had the conversation about what else could we be doing to change that outcome for that student. And so those are the things that are happening on campuses right now with this data.
Great. Yeah, I love our focus on measuring growth. I think that's really important. Thank you.
I like how you guys emphasize that with any new curriculum, there's going to be tweaks, right?
Yep.
And we are totally open to helping to make this the best product that it could be. Just so I understand clearly, are we saying Bluebonnet is working?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the thing is that if you think about this,
But it sounds like
a high quality instructional materials is what I've always wanted as far as this goes. And then the other thing too is that it is very prescriptive. It's a tight curriculum that has assessments, you know, that we can use. And the thing is that like the 180 days, we need to work on that. We need to work on opportunities for enrichment, and we need to, those are things. But it happens as far as that stuff goes. But yeah, a guaranteed valuable curriculum is going to assess what you're supposed to assess. It's going to learn and grow, and at the level of rigor it's supposed to be taught. And so in that process, yeah, it's going to meet those measures. And, you know, what we learned from Bluebonnet is the thing I've always done. It's like even with Savas, we're going to really have to make sure we have a tight curriculum that supports teachers with all of the different things. Because we have a lot of new teachers and stuff. How do you develop what you do for a new teacher, and then how you give them a little bit of that flexibility for what they're doing? But it has to be tight, it has to be organized, and then has to be ready for them. Because if it's not easy, meaningful, and compelling, it's going to be really hard to do. So, yeah, it's
I
working.
think the data speaks for itself.
Oh yeah, the thing is that we're going to, it's good.
And I'll just say, you know, when we were making this decision a year ago, it was always about the science of reading for me.
Yeah.
It clearly is working, so I just want people to understand it's about the science of reading.
Yeah.
And I noticed in some of the surveys there wasn't clarity in the purpose why we adopted Bluebonnet.
Mhm.
And it's because what we had before was not working. It was balanced literacy, it was partly Lucy Calkins, which is now banned in the state of Texas. So people need to understand what we were using before was not good enough. And now we have HQIM and Bluebonnet, and I can't tell you how inspired I was by that everyone speaking tonight. I'm almost speechless. Well, clearly I'm not speechless, but I wanted to be for a few minutes. Thank you guys. I have so much hope for the future, not just Bluebonnet, but everything we've just talked about. Systems, structures, Dr. Vinson.
Thank you.
You're an incredible visionary and executor. And I'm just so proud of you guys, genuinely, really am.
I'm so proud of the teachers, and I tell you, and these kids, I mean, it's just really great. But the thing is that what we need to do is deliver, you know, me and Similar, we were talking about grading papers. And I mean, you get so tired of grading papers when you're doing, and the thing is about, you know, these teachers need breaks and those kind of systems and stuff like that. And so when you're teaching, because we teach some graduate classes and stuff, and I thought, you know, you really need to make it sure it's easier for the teachers so they can do it, so they can learn, and you have to give them stuff that they can really use that they want to use in. And so that's always the goal. And if you can give these materials, and MAP is my favorite. I've used it for 10 years. It's amazing.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Absolutely.
I had some people reach out asking if this presentation will be available online.
Yes.
It will be? Wonderful. And I did want to clarify, and I think I just want to make sure I heard it right, that we have the unit assessments, we have this STAR category, but you're saying that this is not predictive of STAR.
Well, the thing is that, no, I think it's not as far as that would go.
Yeah, I mean, the unit assessments are not designed to be predictive of STAR.
But we put the category just as a comparison, I guess.
As a point of comparison, right? Because if I had left that middle column out and just given you that column on the right, there'd be no way to anchor those percentage points in anything. We wouldn't know what they meant. So I'm trying to give you a sense of how we might interpret them.
Okay.
That's a good point. And there's you know, that's the thing, when you really think about that, the clarity level. And the other thing too is, like, you've taken 6 out of the 10 assessments as far as that goes. And, you know, we still, I think I've told you this before, you know, we still struggle with poetry. It is the thing that is there, and the thing is that, and we still find issues, like with particular assessments, you know, when you're given an assessment and it's written at a higher grade level than it's supposed to be taught, you need to work on those. Those are the things that we're going to be focused our efforts towards next time.
Dr. Vincent, can you remind me, what is your PhD in?
Curriculum and instruction. And the thing is that, you know, with that being in mind, is that, you know, I'm a constructivist. You know, when you think about that, that's one of the things about, I like plans and processes and things, is I always thought it would be so much better for me as a teacher. And so when I was a principal, I always tried to give them the tools they need and really good guardrails to support it, and then seek the wisdom of teachers so that we can do it the right way.
Mm-hmm. And when you left Wiley ISD, what was your ratings in your district?
We had every campus was an A, the district was an A. Every campus had a distinction. And so, yeah, I was really proud of them. You know, the thing is, and that's the thing too, is that I look at this and I think so much potential, and I see this group of amazing leaders that I want to serve you guys, and I want to serve these people. And I mean, we've got a really great team back here that really like each other. I mean, it's fun. I mean, that's what, you know, Chris McCord says we were working hard one day and goes, you know, we really like each other. I said, that sort of makes it go, maybe they're saying that to encourage me to be nicer or something, but I like
that. And then I know we were just talking about the Bluebonnet assessment is not predictive of STAR, but you said MAP is predictive of STAR.
Yeah, the thing is I tell parents, you know, because I mean, you have to, number one, teach people that STAR at 50, and you go, oh my gosh, no, you're actually in the middle of you're actually growing, you're in the middle of the state. It is a very predictive, and it's the best predictor as far as that goes, because the other thing is, it's an objective measure. Now, getting kids the first year through, y'all know this when you're giving assessments, you know, especially if they're digital. Well, a kid sees a digital test and they're going, A, because I want to go play. And so you have to go teach them how to not do that. But I mean, after that through, then you're going to get a lot better. And so that's an important thing.
Are we going to move it up to 4th and 5th grade soon, the MAP testing?
Yeah, we use a map, we have maps.
It is? Okay.
The
Okay,
thing
I'm
is that-
looking at the HB3 update then, I guess that doesn't
No, the
have
thing
it.
is, and you know what, that's, when I think of the HB3 thing, because that was just, yeah, then you have to gear it down to pre-K, early childhood stuff as far as that stuff goes. So everything is, that's the thing, like, when you look at all that stuff, the early childhood stuff is you're trying to get them ready to be the reading at third grade, so you see where you're at as far as the process goes. So, yeah, fourth and fifth. And that's the thing too, I'm telling you this, guys, is that one of the things that we've got to help Paula with is that she needs some really direct support insofar as those middle school grades, because it's different and we need specific help. And Dr. Landry and folk are really trying to make sure that we design systems that are going to help that.
That was one of the, well, I don't want to jump the gun on the next item on the agenda, but that was one of the areas of possible concern or risk is our middle school area and our audit and the support there.
Yeah.
And so I really liked the idea of strengthening our middle school curriculum experts for those areas.
Yeah.
That's also a time when in their bodies they just.
I always say they're mutating in their seats.
They don't know.
They can't help it. God love
I
them.
always make that
Yeah.
statement when a child tells you in those middle school years, when you ask them, why did you do whatever? And they go, I don't know. It's because they really don't know. So I think it's a really good area to strengthen. One of the questions I did want to know, and this may go back to what Dr. Upshaw was talking about when it had to do with some of the grows that, or the identified areas, was, are we finding it, anything that in this new curriculum that is helping our teachers without having, they have to make all of those recordings of every modification they're making for every student that's got an IEP or a 504. They have to record all those simple individual things for each of them on every lesson, on everything, and document and record it for every day. Is anything we are doing helping in that, alleviating that workload for them? And if not, are we looking towards what can we do?
The simple answer to your question is what we're currently doing is recognizing that there's work to be done there. And we've talked to a myriad of stakeholders. Lindsay Oldenburg, who's one of the coordinators of special education, and I have basically hosted town halls at different feeder zones with special education teachers just to hear them out. Because the curriculum, it has built-in supports for special populations, but it expects the special education teacher to determine pretty much on the fly which supports to put in place with which kids under which circumstances. And so in the works is a series of guidance documents to help them when they push into a classroom in the middle of a bluebonnet lesson. Number one, to get oriented to where the teacher of record is in that lesson. You can sort of picture in your head what bluebonnet looks like. Depending on the grade level, it runs anywhere from 90 minutes to 120 minutes. And so you're not going to have a special education teacher in the room for that entire duration of time. They're going to pop in the middle of the action. And so part of what the guidance document will help them do is see the typical layout of a lesson. The lesson at a glance, so that when they walk in, they can see the telltale signs of where they're at. And then it'll give them, for lack of a better word, a kind of flow chart of simple decisions to make, so that the kid gets the support, the right support in the right moment.
Okay, so along that same lines, what I was also getting at is then the teacher has to record all of that. They have to record what modifications they made in the classroom.
Document,
the documentation of it, and they have to do that for every 504 and every IEP student, and they have to do that for every single lesson. Is any of this simplifying this? And if not, can we push towards that for those, like drop downs or whatever in on a computerized system that makes it much easier for them?
Some way to document it that would be more user-friendly.
Yes, or they can just click and not have to put all of this stuff in.
It's a recommendation that we can make. The thing is that that's the thing in general terms that we need more help on insofar as the modifications and things like this, because there are so many different ones and where we're doing it and how we're doing it. So, do we have that capacity issue? That's something that we'd have to I'd have to go back and do some research with.
But I think that would be great for TEA to hear, because,
No,
or
that-
your group, because,
you know,
excellent, that's what I was getting at. Because to me, if we're needing it and we're setting a standard, this needs to be something that's out there to help across the state.
Well, yeah, and the
All
thing
our
is,
teachers.
about some of those modifications, like I said, you know, talking about grading papers, you know, you have one more thing to do, 5 more things to do, 10 more things to do, and then what gets done well, and that's important, right? Thanks, buddy.
I have just a couple more things. I just wanted to just lightly touch on rigor. Rigor is why I voted for Bluebonnet. I just want to be very clear about that. I have 2 very genuine, struggling students that are my sons that were held back from rigor because they could not decode.
Yeah.
And once they learned to decode, it was mission failure because they couldn't comprehend. And so rigor is very important, and we don't want to hold our struggling students back from that rigor and that deep content. So I voted for Bluebonnet because of rigor, and I think it is beautiful, and I don't think it's boring. I think it's awesome, and it's a mind shift, and I'm really glad that we're doing that. I also very much like what President Odenweller was talking about. I think that the remediation in the Tier 2 is mission critical for us, mission critical. And that is something that I saw in the survey results across all levels, was the differentiation. It is just mission critical. So I don't know what else to say. I'm disappointed the SBOE didn't approve anything.
Well, the thing
on
is,
this
what we're going to do,
go-around.
we're redesigning our coaches at the elementary to be interventionists, and so it's going to take care of those tier 2 and tier 3 babies that don't qualify for special ed or anything else, and because they need that individual time, and they need the kind of individual attention that's going to get there. And plus, it takes a load off of the teacher who has to spend so much time on that tier 3 kids that they need them the most. And it's a model that's worked for me for a long time, and I hope it'll work and make a teacher's job a little easier and a kid's day more meaningful.
Mm-hmm. I have one question as well. I can't remember, I think it might have been Ms. Carlisle mentioned on the survey results that the teachers would prefer an instructional style that was more of a student-led. Does that align with Bluebonnet and what we're doing, or is there a way to integrate that at all?
It's more direct instruction as far as that stuff goes, you know, and I mean, it just is. I mean, am I correct?
That is correct. There are opportunities. Some of the lessons do have opportunities for kids to interact. I've been in several classrooms where they've done a 4 corners activity, and the kids are moving around and engaging and talking and having lots of rich discourse. But yes, the majority of the lesson, the big focus is on the read aloud, which takes the majority of the block. But that is where the kids are learning all of those skills that skillful readers have to master. They're doing that by watching their teacher and modeling, and sometimes they practice together. There might be a turn and talk where they practice a skill that the teacher modeled. So there is engagement. I do believe that some grade levels, obviously, and some units are more than others. And so that's probably why we're getting feedback from a variety of teachers across a variety of grade levels, and they may not all necessarily have the exact same experience.
So just an adjustment.
Well, I think what I heard, because I wrote that down, is I heard that you were looking to, instead of teacher-led lessons, incorporate student-led activities or student-led learning.
Yeah, there is options and opportunities for them to do that now. I mean,
But
there
is
are
that
some.
the intention of Bluebonnet? Like, is Bluebonnet, does it require that? Or does it move away from that, is my
I
question.
think that it's more of a direct instruction model and whole group instruction. And, but there are opportunities, like I was at, I think, where was I, what campus? Anyway, they were given a presentation on planets from what the readings that they did at Bluebonnet. So there are opportunities. I mean, there is some level of differentiation, and there's activities and how they do different things. It's just, you know, it really, meeting all the needs is hard.
Yeah, I just wonder if the teachers are putting that in their survey responses, because that might be what we were doing, and we're moving away from that.
Well, you know, I always love those because, you know, student-led is just always, you know, it's so, I thought it was empowering. But I mean, we just need to stay on the model, do the different things, and find the best way we can to provide different activities and differentiation. Okay. But it's it's the push and pull of curriculum design.
Yeah.
You know?
The K-3 education in literacy is critical because that's where you're modeling and you're guiding them through it by what you're doing. And I see you all over here shaking your head as she was making comments. And if we don't take that time to do that guided and direct instruction, it impacts everything because they don't learn it any other way. They're just not going to absorb it unless it's, or do it on their own in their own learning. They need to actually see it modeled. And I think when I was talking with Dr. Upshaw before, students have a higher level of interest than they actually have in the readability. And in that gap is where you're building schema for them to then build on and develop as readers. And that gets them growing to read at a higher level because they're getting all of this up here that keeps them engaged and interested in that lower area where it's boring in some ways. So that's the one thing that in my experience, that I understood in education is that background and level up here has to happen. And that direct instruction has to happen more than their own self-exploration happens in the earlier years.
So just a couple things. One, I wasn't on the board when Bluebonnet was approved, but I was a parent that really was for it. As also having a child who had difficulty learning to read, what I liked about it was the structure. There's end to end, right? And knowing that where that could have helped my kid, right? And she could have seen things, she could have progressed a lot more quickly and consistently, to me was something that I thought we needed. And I think that the data is showing that it's doing what it's supposed to do, right?
It's the reliability and predictability makes it a balanced situation.
You can't argue with the data. The data is showing it. And I think the team, right, went through a significant change with Bluebonnet, right? And, there's the change curve where, you're kind of like in the valley of despair, and then, but it sounds like we're on the upswing of it, right? We're on the acceptance side of that change curve where we're accepting it because we can see, maybe there's things that we don't love. But when you look at it holistically, it is providing our students what they need, right? It's the growth, and it's what we need. And I can only imagine, Dr. Upshaw and your team, being the curriculum people, that you have something that's, again, it's from A to Z. It gives you what you need. Now, it's not perfect, but I also like that we're positioning ourselves to be the leaders in the state of being able to say how to make it better.
Well, I mean, that's the deal, is that we want to have a say-so at the table so that we can make the
I'm all about having a seat at the table. I believe in that, just so you know.
Absolutely.
Now, the one thing just a couple things to throw out is one, going back to kind of the future structure, so kind of going away from Bluebonnet a little bit. I do love that there is a structure for the campus principals. I love that. I love that you guys have given a lot of consideration to that because the people in charge need to know who to go to. Yes. And I would also say that there is, to consider the up and downstream impacts of all of everything that's going on. So the principals need to understand on the upside of what they're doing and also the downside, both sides. So I believe looking at this structure that should give that visibility across the board. The other piece, just something that kind of stood out to me as we were talking about a lot of different things, like we talked about clarity of purpose, right? That's a communication thing. The part about, the teacher's preference, what we were just talking about, that's a communication thing. So there's a lot of which I'm happy that we're going to be doing a communication audit because there sounds like there's a lot of opportunities, not just for our teachers and administrators, but even for, of course, the community and even the kids. The kids need to understand why we're changing the curriculum. Absolutely. They need to understand why we're doing these tests. I know my kids came home and they were saying, oh, we're doing these tests. And I know what it was, but they didn't understand. And so they are the primary, actually the number one stakeholder that all of us serve is our children because they're the students. They need to have an understanding. So I think that's a big part I'm hoping that will surface part of our communication, audit is that how are we communicating different things? People need to know why we're doing it, why it's important, what we're planning to get out of it. Yeah. Every single stakeholder group needs to have that. So that's just something that I would say I want to make sure we're really cognizant of. And then the other thing is just the change burnout. We're going through a lot of change. And so I encourage you, Dr. Vincent, and your team and all of you, be having these conversations because change fatigue is real. It can slow down the momentum that you have and the progress.
Ron's data actually said that very thing, that we need to have fewer things and a lot less, innovation that to kind of settle down to what teachers can metabolize. Because if they can't metabolize it, you can't get it done.
Right. The teachers can't give the best experience to the student, again, the number one stakeholder, if they don't have the ability to adjust to the change.
Absolutely.
And I think that the way that we approach that change, it has to be systematic. It has to be very structured. It has to be very mindful. Using the coalition, I love the coalition, because you get them to be the administrators and ambassadors of that change. So just some things for us to be thinking about. I think it's super exciting what we're doing, but keeping the people at the focus, at the center of what those changes look like.
Absolutely. Anything else?
Okay, I think I took a survey and we're ready to move on, Dr. Vincent.
I am here. I hope I've inspired and amazed. And, I'm thinking about y'all's knowledge. I mean, pulling out RIT scores from that, I love it. I love the notion of what we're at. Because I'm telling you what, MAP is going to help us. Of all the things, that's going to be great. Thank you.
Thank you again to all of you, but every single piece of that puzzle that made the information we got today what it was. Thank you. That's all I'll say. I'll wrap it up there. So, all right, we're moving on to business finance. Receive personnel audit presentation from Docentis Group, and we will get started here. This is also just information only for the public.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I am glad to be here with you this evening. I will be cognizant of your time and know that it's late. The document, as you see it, is what I would call a presentation style report, and that means that you can read through those slides and understand and glean the executive level summary and the recommendations that we are providing based on the data review that we conducted. So I'm going to walk through this relatively quickly, but know that the presentation speaks for itself and is available publicly. Okay, so the Docentis Group, were asked to conduct a staffing study review. Moat Casey provided the actual data gathering and provided an 84-page document, and we're going to talk about that document tonight. I'm going to reduce that down to an executive summary of 10 pages. The second leg of the presentation is going to be some resulting recommendations that we have for you in terms of staffing and allocations. And then the final leg is a sample staffing allocation plan that's written in a timeline format. So I'm going to get us started. I think Ron actually mentioned our swirl theory and the concept of getting to meaningful engagement inside of the classroom as the number one goal that we have in education. That is our philosophical approach to any work that we do, and that would include the work that you see in this staffing review and the resulting recommendations. And again, that's just a brief image of that swirl theory we've talked about multiple times. Okay. So we talk about the swirl theory and effective and meaningful engagement in the classroom being very important, but we also talk about that word noise, right? And so sometimes there's operational noise and other components. Now, these things are very important, right? They're very important that we address them. We have annual processes that includes a staffing allocation process that occurs every year. And so we are happy to present to you not only an executive summary of the data from the Moat Casey staffing study received by the district, but also a few recommendations about how we reduce that noise and move a little bit more smoothly. So as part of the process for conducting this review and making resulting recommendations, we had conversations with district leadership, including the superintendent, the CFO, Dr. Landry was there, Paula Green was there, so we have HR input and everything, and so we understand what is it that you have as goals. We also considered and looked at the district goals, and that informed some of the recommendations, along with, of course, the data that was provided and yielded by the Moat Casey staffing study that we reviewed and analyzed. So just as a quick reminder, there are several goals, in our opinion, that are the board goals that relate to the staffing study data and the recommendations that we're presenting to you tonight. And one of those is, of course, about highly qualified staff and that retention and hiring and the development of that staff. Also exercising the fiscal responsibility, that's goal 4 in the board goals, and goal 6 is ensuring safe and effective management of facilities and resources, with our focus of today on resources and in human capital. As I mentioned, as part of this process, we had several in-depth conversations with central administration, and some of the relevant leadership goals were to make sure that we align staffing plans and annual allocations in accordance with board goals. And you can't do that if you don't review the goals and you don't think about them as you're walking through any of these things that we're doing. And then to conduct a thoughtful, data-driven annual staffing, both compensation and allocation process. And so I commend the district for having the staffing study by Moat Casey conducted, and then for further having a third party review and provide some recommendations in the staffing plan to help move that along. And then finally, one of the goals of central administration in those discussions was to have a service-oriented mindset, so that there's clear reporting standards, we're reducing potential redundancies, and then we have clear and resource-driven accountability, right? So that accountability piece is important. Okay, so we took all of that data, we took all of those goals between the board and central administration, the budgetary parameters that we had some discussions about that, HR and making sure that we meet those goals. Making sure we meet those goals about how we're making fair staffing decisions, right, and we're honoring contracts and things like that as we move forward. And so what we've done, and I'm going to move to that first leg before I go into our recommendations, and I'm going to walk through briefly, is we took, again, that 84-page document, and we analyzed that and then summarized and have some synopses just to go through with you this evening. Okay, so just a few things to note about the staffing study that Moat Casey conducted itself. This is an analysis of data ranging from the 2021 school year up through 24-25. In the main report, there's some ancillary documents that have some 25-26 data, but the comparative data that you see over and over again from Moat Casey is going to be that date range. It was whole district data, high school data, and junior high data was what was provided in that Moat Casey staffing study. The data that Moat Casey pulled was from various Texas Education Agency reports. And it looked at things like personnel counts, staffing ratios are something that you see repeatedly throughout that and those comparisons. And then those trends that occur across 6 major job categories. We're going to talk a little bit about those in a moment. I want to point out that those job categories used in the study are based on TEA role IDs and employee groupings. So they're not arbitrary, they're not determined by Moat Casey, they're actually state employee groupings by role ID from the TEA. And then, of course, there's comparative staffing data that gives the data through a statewide, a regional, and then a focused peer district grouping lens. Inside of the study, the major job categories were teaching staff, campus administration, central administration, which includes superintendents, directors and coordinators, instructional coaches, and then business and HR leadership. Student support services, those are your counselors, your social workers, nurses, librarians, diagnosticians, speech therapists, LSSPs, psychologists, okay? And then we have educational aides ranging from really any type of instructional or support aid. And then we have the category of auxiliary personnel, right? So your clerical, your child nutrition, custodial, transportation, safety, and technology, okay? So those support and operational departmental staffing. So the next few slides are really just a rundown page for page. The titles you see are the major titles that Moat Casey organized the staffing study through. So they pulled together data on enrollment, attendance, and demographics, and they, of course, that range from 2021 to 24-25. In general, the data from this section illustrates that enrollment has grown over the last 5 years by about 12.9%, and that the district's demographic profile is shifting. Pages 9 through 25, the study analyzed different personnel ratios that spanned again from that same date range, 2021 to 24-25, and compared those to statewide and then regional data. A brief synopsis of this section just indicates that the Conroe ISD staffing ratios are generally stable over time, but they are above regional and state averages in several major job categories. So this suggests that we operate here in Conroe ISD with leaner staffing compared to peers in general. And then there are some other outliers that we're going to talk about this evening that fall outside of that general framework of that lean staffing. Inside of the study, the next section was a peer comparison. So you see regional and statewide data comparisons, but then there's a focused peer group with Cy-Fair, Fort Bend, Humboldt, Katy, and Spring ISDs. And really that section further illustrates that initial general leaner staffing within Conroe ISD when you look at this targeted set of peer districts as well, with a couple of outliers that we'll walk through deeper into the presentation. Those are extremely broad synopses, and I understand that. However, we've got a chart here that gives you a walkthrough so that you can see. And I'm just going to go over the top row in an exemplary way and walk through. Conroe ISD students per total staff is a 7.7 to 1 ratio, whereas the peer average, when you take those districts and you average that together, is 7.5 to 1, right? So we have overall higher students than per staff in our ratios, which indicates that we're leaner on staff, right? We have less staff than others per student in that peer range. The same is true for Region 4 and Region 6 data, as well as statewide. So you can see that that total staff and student ratio there indicates that leaner staffing that we're talking about. Now, as you read through the charts, I've got other slides that are going to point out some other components that are outliers. So I'm not going to read to you all of these ratings, but I just wanted to make sure that I took the time to go over the chart in brief with you and exemplify those previous synopses where we're staffed in a leaner fashion. Okay. From here, the study shifts over. That's about the first half of the report. In the second half of the report, there's a funding section, and it really just walks through CISD's funding net of recapture and then the percentages of revenue sources compared to peer districts. The overall synopsis there is that our funding structure relies more heavily on local property taxes than the regional or state average, and that makes district funding closely tied to our community property values. So that's just an important piece to note. Okay, this is one of my favorite slides. I think that this is such a positive indicator of the experience and the quality teachers and staff that we have here in Conroe ISD. In this section, there was a teaching experience section where Moat Casey analyzed, the percentages of teachers and their experience level. I have the 24-25 data, and essentially the teaching staff is really well distributed across experience levels. Over 2/3, if you look at those numbers, over 2/3 of our teaching staff have 6 or more years of experience. And so that is really an excellent data point to commend, and that's going to be discussed and celebrated a little bit more in some of those key takeaways that we found as we get deeper into our presentation. Okay, the second to last section in the Moat Casey staffing study focused on high schools and comparison to peers. And again, you see that same peer district set. And essentially, the synopsis here is that if you look at it from a regional, a statewide, or a peer comparison, we operate with leaner staffing levels overall than many of our comparable districts. Maybe not all of them, but many of them. I would say the majority comfortably, even though we're serving this increasingly diverse student population that some of the other data show that as our district, a student population is growing, so are the students that we're instructing and their needs. So despite this lean structure, I feel like it's important to point out that Conroe ISD has maintained experienced teaching staff, as the last slide shows, and has maintained competitive academic outcomes, as the really great presentation that we were able to see, and making gains there in that direction, and then some strong graduation rates. So there's an operational efficiency at that high school level. When you do have those leaner staffing ratios, you just have to watch to make sure we're not having an overload for our current staff, and that we're not going to ultimately sacrifice those instructional programming because we are too lean. So it's great to have operational efficiency, but it's that counterbalance that you always want to watch for. The final component to the Moat Casey study was a middle and junior high school. Now, this is a different data set where the high schools were compared to the peer data. The junior high section, Moat Casey compared all of the middle schools in the district really against the overall district averages. So we don't have, peer data that was compared to. So when you look at the overall district ratios, what they show in comparison when you pull out, and specifically the middle and junior high schools, is that this is an area of instruction that is lean in comparison with the rest of the district. And I'll give you an example. I believe that the middle school and high school student to total staff was 12-1, whereas the overall district is 7.7-1. So that's just a note that this is an area to be watching and assessing, and making sure that those supports are there, and that the staffing is where it needs to be. Okay, I've talked through several of these as I've gone through the executive summary, but I do want to highlight a couple of things and dig in just for a minute. We've talked a little bit about the fact that overall Conroe ISD has lean staffing ratios, especially when you compare it really at any level, state, region, or peer, that focused peer group. I will point out here that is especially true for support staff, student support staff, and auxiliary staff, pretty much across the boards at the district level. And so I want to kind of move into one of the components we haven't talked about yet, and one of the key takeaways, and one of the outliers in terms of the data showing that we might have a potential for being overstaffed, as opposed to that general trend of being lean in our staffing, is in central administration. So currently, Conroe ISD has the lowest central administration student to staff ratio when compared to peer districts. And that's true for the regional and state data as well. And so that indicates a potential overstaffing in that arena. Now, this is an important note, and I've got a couple of slides on this, because you really have to, when you have those outliers, sometimes being leaner is not a bad thing, or being overstaffed is not a bad thing. You've got to meet the needs of the district and the campuses and the students. It's when you see these types of outliers that you really have to dig into that data and ask yourself why, and maybe what is it going on, and how do we look at that a little bit closer. So what's interesting about the staffing study indicates this clearly by its own notes, but I'm pointing this out as well, because not only did the Moat Casey staffing study specifically point this out, but further look in comparison, I think that this is an outlier that we need to spend a little bit of time on. But prior to 22-23, central administration actually had a higher student to staff ratio than peer districts and the state. And then there was a sharp decline in that ratio. And this was the same year that the TEA had recoded instructional coaches to fit into central administration. And so I want, the only slide that I've copied verbatim through the Moat Casey staffing study is from page 18, because if you look at that graph, you can see the region and the state went through that same reduction or lowering of the ratio, because the instructional coaches were moved statewide into campus administration. So you would expect to see those ratios lower slightly across the boards. But look at the very sharp decline where Conroe ISD moved from the lowest amount or the highest amount of students versus campus admin, and then moved to the lowest amount of students per campus admin in that 1 year. And so the note that you see on this particular slide is, again, the words of the exact Mo-Casey staffing study. And so as noted, that change in recoding in instructional coaches shows a dramatic decrease in the ratio of students to central administration staff. And so that was a major outlier in the data, and the graph was very definitive, and I felt like it was important for us to spend some time and see that, because we do have some recommendations based on some of this data. So what does this mean? One of the key takeaways for me seeing that data was that instructional coaching model needs immediate review to determine, is this purposeful, is this working, what do we need to do? We want to make sure we're getting kiddos what they need, but we also have to make sure that we're allocating our staffing in the way with the highest impact possible, and that we're also being that good stewards. So when we have that potential for overstaffing, we don't necessarily have to take a knee-jerk response, but we do have to look deeper at the data. Okay, and so instructional coaches did undergo that TEA role ID recoding from student services to central administration, and that was the exact same year, as I've explained, that our ratios went from very high student to campus administrator down to the lowest, really, in the region or within our peers. Another key takeaway, and I've mentioned this and commended this, but just to highlight, is that we do have that experienced workforce. The data that was regarding teacher experience shows that, again, 2/3 of our total teachers working in the district have 5 or more years of experience, and that's something to be commended. The other key takeaway, and again, I've mentioned this, but we wanted to point out to you some things that really informed our decision when looking at the data as to what to recommend to the district moving forward, and how to use this data, is that the middle junior high school average ratio for students to total staff is lean in comparison to the rest of the district, and we just need to be keeping an eye on that, be sure it's not causing a strain on personnel resources or impacting instruction. And that we're utilizing operational efficiency there and not the other. Okay, so with all of that data in mind, and with the staffing study that was reviewed and analyzed, we have 5 recommendations for consideration. One of those is to have a multi-phase staffing allocation plan that uses all of this newly available staffing data and then restructures allocations to meet programmatic needs first and foremost, further the district's instructional philosophy, but also align to budgetary parameters, because that's a reality that we face, and we know that. Recommendation 2, if there are going to be staff reductions necessary, particularly in light of current budgetary parameters, then we recommend that multi-year staffing reduction heavily relies on attrition-based or reassignment-based efforts to be implemented in a staff-friendly way. When we have to do these reductions, attrition can really work in our favor, and reassignments can be something that we have to do. But if we can do that with clear communication and with kindness and move that forward in a transparent way with our staff, then that's really the way that we need to be moving in that direction. Our third recommendation is that district administration consider reorganizing central administration in a manner that addresses the apparent overstaffing of instructional coaches, and then any other internally identified staffing inefficiencies. If you're going to be taking a look at that structure, and it seemed like from Dr. Landry, they're taking a serious look at some of those components and how the flow of information works to be not necessarily more streamlined, but just more efficient, and have some of those one-stops so that we don't have redundancies in who do we report, who do we call. We know those things. So it looks like some of those plans are underway, which is good, but I would recommend that be looked at, and that reorganization consider how to manage that apparent overstaffing in the instructional coach realm. Okay, our last 2 recommendations. The first is during the 26-27 school year, so skipping ahead, If there are further reductions needed, then we suggest that the district start looking and considering a programmatic review, a series of programmatic reviews through objective criterion-based process. So you don't single out programs, you look at the programs, you indicate with an objective set of criterion and rubric, what are those values, what are those needs, are there, are there additional staffing efficiencies from program to program, and we would request that classroom ratio adjustments be a last step within that review, and that you look at the programmatic components first in a uniform, objective way. Recommendation 5 is if in the future, whether it be 26, 27, or moving forward, the district's in a budgetary position to add staff, we recommend that the major job categories that are identified in this staffing study that have the highest student to staff ratios, and I put those in parentheticals, in short, student services, aides, auxiliary, and then the middle and junior high school overall staffing, be further reviewed and considered for a priority for additional positions. I understand that we've got to look at our student enrollment. We've got to make sure that we are within our ratios, and that has to happen. But if we're in a position in the future, I think those need to just be earmarked for review. Okay. So one of the components we talked about, and Dr. Vincent and I talked about this at length, is we did not want to provide something that was just reporting on a report. We wanted to provide some type of useful tool and a model or sample plan that was customized based on the data that we provided, or that was provided to us that we analyzed. And so what you see in the final leg of this report, I'm not going to go over this verbatim, but we have developed a sample multi-phase staffing allocation plan. And so if you take a look at that, our underlying principles were to, of course, further the educational goals of the district, to further instructional philosophy and balance that annual budgetary parameter by making sure that we're being efficient and effective in our positional staffing. And then, of course, and always, if there are programmatic changes or position changes or reductions, et cetera, to make sure that we are honoring our CISD staff. We want to maximize the use of attrition, as I've already mentioned. We want to provide clear communication at all levels, allow affected staff voice and choice when feasible, and then giving that advance notice of position changes or reassignments that affect individuals or groups of staff. And so with those underlying principles, phase 1 is really starting this month, and in my opinion, I'm conducting bullet 1 in part, at least, this evening for you all. And then we're moving on, and I've got some suggestions that as to how you implement from March to April to May, and then into June. Now, after that, I understand the fiscal year here is not a July 1 fiscal year, but it is still that rollover of the annual school year from that concept of 25-26 to 26-27. And so phase 2, should it be needed in 2027-2028, is also here and outlined. And instead of doing that month by month, that's more semester by semester. So now, I do want to point out that phase 2 of the plan starts in summer of 2026, so there is that June-July overlap of phase 1 and phase 2. But what I really want to capture in this plan is the fact that we finished phase 1 and we're already looking to phase 2. So we are already moving and conducting that progress monitoring and determining if we have additional positions that we need to start identifying, or if we're in a good spot and we don't really need to do that. Into the fall and spring, you're going to see this repeatedly, but if additional reductions are needed, consider this. If additional reductions are needed, consider that. We don't know. I mean, phase 1 may take care of that staffing reallocation that needs to occur, and we're in a good position, both in a budget and staffing efficiency wise. And so if that's not needed, great, you're in a good spot. But just in case you need additional supports, we've phased those in by fall and spring. Okay, that was a lot in a little bit of time. So I am done, but I am happy to answer any questions.
Jeff, you did a good job of summarizing all that. I want to tell you this stuff. If you think about where we are, we've already started this whole process insofar as trying to look at our staffing. And, you know, we've already personally talked to the coaches at the district level and at the secondary level, and we've reallocated those positions in terms of where it is. We've also reallocated the kindergarten through elementary coaches to be interventionists, to provide direct support to children. Because one of the things that we heard from teachers, from y'all's data, is they need more help and support in that area to take the load off instead of make it, you know, so fewer children and get the real help needed by those our tier 2 and tier 3 babies. And so reallocating that staff is there. And then the third thing is that President Oldwell was talking about is a real need to focus on middle school instructional focus and planning. And so sometimes where I want to save as much money as I possibly can, we need to make sure that we have the tip of the spear that's really helping teachers, not giving them more work, giving them the kind of help that they need. And the thing that remains is there's so many special ed needs, and we're trying to help as much as we possibly can, but metering that out is just something we've really got to take on legislatively, guys, because you know the federal government and the state of Texas, everybody, they fund about 35% of what we need, really. And if we really truly want to make some moves and changes, it's there. But I'm so proud of the staff models, the changes that everybody's already made, and Tiff's done a great job of actually making it more organized. And also know this, we're already almost in our budgeting cycle, and we've not even got to your budgeting cycle. We're almost in the black. We're in the black right now because of the cuts and changes and adjustments we've already made. So we've taken care of that, and all of the other school districts in that region have a much lower tax rate, or a much higher tax rate, and we're balanced. The second thing is, though, there are going to be some requests we made now that we've done that, and thank God for these wonderful, amazing group of leaders, that we're going to take that. And then we've got tier 2 and tier 3 adjustments. If next year we can take deeper cuts, and then we can look at adjustments as it relates to, and I even say it in public, but the thing is that we're not doing it but if you ever got to the point you could really look at scheduling, you know, because that, you know, when you have scheduling, block scheduling especially is more expensive. But right now we really need the instructional support that right now that we're having and what we're doing, and so not too many changes. I just, like I said, this change fatigue. And so many things put on. Our teachers need our help. Our students need our help. And we've already done the model cuts, and Tiff's helping us kind of wade through that. We're really well on the way of doing it. So it's a reflection of thank you for allowing us to have the report. Thank you for Tiffany for making sense out of it. And thanks to this team for making adjustments. Over the next month, you're going to see definable things like Dr. Landry was talking about, is redesigning our customer support team, you know, from assistant superintendents to how to really help principals. And then the thing is that, you know, I was talking to Edith and Tamika about how we really align and make better sense out of how we become more customer service oriented and more service oriented at the secondary level as it relates to counseling support, discipline support, all those kind of things. And it's going to make so much better sense, and it's going to maybe give some relief to these teachers and principals.
Excellent job.
Thank you
per
very
usual.
much. 80 pages down to 10 in 25
I love all the
minutes.
audits, the data, just keep it coming.
Yeah, the thing is that Lindsay loves them a little too much. She asks a lot of questions.
Sorry,
She drills
I already
down to
asked a lot of them before.
It's in a good way.
Sparing you guys.
All right, so we're on to our last item pretty much of the night, planning and construction. Consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for Irons, Pete, York, and Conroe High School 9th renovation project. Mr. Foster.
Good evening, President Odenweiler, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. It's my pleasure to bring forward for your consideration and approval our guaranteed maximum price amendment for a critical infrastructure project at Irons, Pete, York, and Conroe 9th grade. So back in March of 2025, you, our Board of Trustees, selected Ansel Bryant to be our construction manager for this project. We paired them up with VLK, our design team. Our departments here at Conroe ISD, VLK and Angela Bryant worked together to develop a scope of work for this project. We've developed plans, advertised those, took bids, and Angela Bryant has negotiated with us for a grand total guaranteed maximum price of $10,905,300 for this work. This work is critical infrastructure, so it has chillers, boilers, freezer, coolers, roof repairs, generators, electrical service gear, equipment, things that keep our buildings running and comfortable for our student outcomes to be as best as we can from a facility standpoint. They also include our safety and security improvements that are part of our 2023 bond referendum. At this time, we're requesting your approval of this guaranteed maximum price at $10,905,300.
And this is a savings, correct?
So that we did meet all of our budget goals here. So you see here in your board item, the total planning number is 13 million and change. That includes design and all the other soft costs associated with it. Our overall construction target when we set the team out together was 11,500,000, and you can see we came in at 10,905,000. So we did beat our budget target. So that reserves some money for other tasks later in our bond projects.
So it goes back into the bond for
It is currently money that is not spent, bond money that's not spent.
But
So
in other
never,
words, it would be able to be used for something.
correct.
else.
It's more critical infrastructure money that can be applied at another location.
I do have a broader bond question. I don't know if it's for Ms. Garza. I'm not sure when to ask it. Not necessarily related to this, but it's about bonds, so I did want to, maybe we'll vote and afterwards I can ask her.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, do I have a motion to accept as presented?
Motion to accept.
Second.
All right, all those in favor show by the uplifted hands. Motion carries 7-0. On to our second item, Mr. Foster.
All right, so this one is to accept as complete a critical infrastructure project, the Armstrong, Austin, Burnham Woods, and Broadway project. Our local board policy, CV, which is CV, Local Facilities and Construction, requires any project over $1 million be accepted by our Board of Trustees before we're authorized to make the final payment to the contractor. So we certify the work has been complete. Our design team is certifying that all the closeout documents and whatnot are true and correct. My department's been through the financial audit internally, so that we've been through every line item of cost. We can certify that everything spent on this project was to the benefit of our district. We did finish under our guaranteed maximum price amendment, so we are returning $639,282.24 to the district. This money would be going back into the bond codes, but it is critical infrastructure money that could be applied to other projects later. But we're asking for your approval to accept this project as complete so we can begin the closeout process.
Discussion? Okay, do I have a motion to accept as presented?
So
Motion
moved.
to- Second.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0. On to our last item, and that is to accept the complete project for the Conroe High School tennis courts at the 9th grade campus.
And again, complying with our local facilities construction policy, CV local. This is a project over $1 million threshold. The Conroe High School tennis courts that we built at the 9th grade campus. So we finished those in January of 2025. So they started playing tennis on them for the spring 2025 season. We've been working with that contractor for the last 13, 14 months to close that project out, and we are at that point now. So it is a CSP project, so there's no financial review. So it did finish with 0 change orders, and the actual cost was $2,355,933, and we're asking for your approval to begin the closeout process with the contractor.
Why did it take so long? I'm just curious.
There were some
close it
disputed
out.
items, I mean, that, things that, because one of the, as we get into different contracting methods, CSP is not as straightforward, it's not really a partnership, so we had to work some things out, so to speak. We got them worked out to the benefit of the district, and we got everything that we invested in. It just took some time to get there.
Any other questions? Mr. Foster, earlier today when I was asking questions regarding this, it wasn't in any way intended to be a questioning of you or your team in that particular manner, but as Dr. Landry stated earlier, that it became apparent that following last administration and the changes come May, June, that we were lacking a lot. We were very light in processes and systems and so forth. And then the board became extremely aware of it as we were running across things throughout the summer and into the selection of a superintendent. And subsequently after that, on processes, systems, and procedures that aren't in place. So when I was asking the questions, it wasn't so much that I was questioning you or your team as much as we've had to start trust but verify on processes because we don't see those as trustees. And we get a very light vision of what you're closing out, and we have to trust it just based on what's there. It's my signature and name that goes on those checks. It's these trustees' votes, and we are here overwhelmingly because people wanted us to not just do just plain governance on these and approve them. So it wasn't intended. I know it can be frustrating, and I know it can slow some things down, but there was a reason why I was asking some of this because we don't have that info. So I just wanted to clarify that with you.
President Odenweller, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Are we talking about the tennis court project still?
Yes, we were.
Oh, because I'm reading it and it says it was completed for the original contract amount, but you're saying?
Well, I asked a question of Mr. Foster. Actually, I asked it of Mr. McCord in my session with my small group meeting with them. That I asked if we had received all warranty documents and maintenance guidelines for the tennis court surfaces that were before we finished this payment. I wanted to make sure we had all those things in our possession and do we have it all documented and so forth, because we didn't know. And Mr. McCord goes, let me check on that. And so there were a few emails that went back and forth on us getting this information and me just understanding where we were. So
okay,
that's why I was
thank you.
telling Mr. Foster responding to his last email, and I hadn't had time because I've been here, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Oh, wait, sorry. Do we have a motion to accept the project as complete as presented?
Motion to accept.
Thank you. Second? Thank you. All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Foster.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to the last item, any agenda items that we want to place on the future agendas at this point, trustees? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to hearing no further business. The time is 10:56, and we are adjourned. Thank you all for your patience.